Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は225日目です。Is day 225. We are a day after our level up, right? So we're going to try to take this a little bit slowly, iron out any encoding vulnerabilities, possibly. 90 items plus 21. Probably some burn items thrown in there. I think our burns are still okay. I think the roughest was actually mixing this up with D. Sato with D. That's okay. All right. Let's see how this works out. Let's chop right in. Okay. All right. Yep. Something about yesterday's kanji was a little rough, huh? At the end. So what was this? Like pointing at the sun with your finger. Are you pointing at the sun with your finger? Present something or submit something, and you're submitting a submit or present.
Musho.
Huh. Musho. Gai musho. Or is that soto musho? Probably soto musho. Ask. What was the thing on the right? I think this is a role, right? A task role. Minister. Oops. I misspelled minister. Ministry. As conserve. I'm sure this is rule as well, no? Oh, no, it's not. Huh. I guess if you're conserving a task, you can be a mystery of something. This one's kind of rough. Maybe I write something. Let us conserve our tasks. We'll give it to the ministry. Yeah, that's as much as I got too. What entire nation? Huh. Junban. I wanted to make sure I didn't get ban mixed up with something. This one's stuck. Right? Or not? You're getting orders from a geoduck, right? The orders? No. So you're rolling away because you want to escape? Escape? No. Territory.
Jisei. Gimu.
Gimu. Okay.
Seifuku.
Oh yeah, there's a little leftover from the split from last unit. Okay. We have started doing this thing where we can take what we know from the previous step, right? So we have task and move.
Stomeru.
Works pretty reliably. What? Oh. What?
めんどくさい。
Yeah, めんどくさい. Okay. Had a bit of a typing issue there.
任務.
Ninmu. Whenever it fails, just throw in duty. Okay, that's stuck. They're related to each other in terms of the the character without its context. We'll get it. It's fine.
お手洗い.
Otearai showed up in my dreams yesterday. I have a lot of Japanese English dreams for sure. Okay.
資本.
Okay. Scarecrow and Saber, right? That's stuck. That was pretty good. That's one of the ones that I feel will disappear. Will have trouble pulling back out in a month's time. A little bit elaborate. Alright, so we use what we know, right? I have Envy. Sen. Right. I want to try gut feeling first. Okay, gut feeling didn't work. Alright, so Centaur. Envy. Or envy. Envy. What do they envy? Centaur and envying, huh? Something like, I know yamu, urayamu,
羨む
urayamu. I think this needs help. It's at the end of the sentence, right? Uraya is how I went about it. Instead of uranium Yankee, centaurs sometimes envy what Uraya. That doesn't help. How do I get Ura? Yeah, this one's whack. Very whack. Oh, well, I guess we'll stick with it for a bit. I think I'm falling into that trap with reading the English. Yeah, man. All right, we'll see if it sticks for now. It was okay.
年代順
Endai June. Okay.
Fukano.
Oh no. Okay, some freebies. YOLO? Okay. This is off everything else, right? I'm gonna yellow this again.
Komu.
Komu. Komu. Right. Komu. Okay. I see. I'm sorting out a discrepancy with Ma and Ko in that situation. Okay. What is this? The Moon Vikings? Only water. Oh man. I want to say no. That's con. Oh, this is the wisteria thing, right? Second wisteria. Wisteria is Fuji. Okay. Brains. No, that's ability. Okay. Yeah. What? Oh wait.
経済
Is I. Wait. Simultaneous. No. Come to an end. Passage of time. Come to an end. Oh, this is heckin' economy. Oh my god. Kids, please.
不機嫌
Again. Okay. 焼きは焼き芋。
焼き芋
Dictator. Okay.
大気
Taiki. Those stick pretty well. All right. What do we have here? Okay, this oh no. I was about to say this sticks pretty well, but I kind of lost the meaning, huh? I think that's Batsu. Batsu has something to penalty. Okay.
投資
Oh shit. That's okay.
委員
Yeah. Stand, give up. Stand on the towel, give up. Oh, that came first. So now the read is something. Hang towel. Not cold, is it? No, this is the one that's kind of tough because it's Akira. But I still haven't found a way to reasonably. All I can imagine, it's the allusion to the Akira movie, right? And you just think of him giving up on Tetsuo. That's all I got right now.
在留する
How do you sit it? Shaking shins, right? So full. Dang it. So full. Your shins are shaking at the sight of more food, but what is it? It's something before, right? It's like uh, that's unfortunate. I think I found a bit of a weakness in my clause. I put the meaning in front. Maybe I should put the meaning in the back when I do these phonics. Oh no, it's full. Yeah, you're so full. But it's not fu. It's furu. Right? Furueru.
震える
50音順
50音順 What incarnation is that? 50 pound order? Much. Okay. Much. 50音順 You know, this is obvious once I sort out what it is. You don't typically have you don't typically have a number. 50. What? Oh, I think I'm following it too literally. I need to. How else can I interpret a phrase with 50 in it? It's not that. I have no idea. Something about the city name? Or the town name? Periods? It's a period, right? Oh. 5. Oh. Wait, what does that have to do with you? Do. It's gotta be. I don't understand where the do is coming from. Yeah, 50 sounds, then they're in a certain. Oh, right. The 50 sounds. Yeah, fair. Fair. Actually, very fair. Yes.
大きい順
Koichi. Okay. This is like the yoga thing for a really long time. Huh. Oh no. Spirit and Order. I don't like this one. This one's... Oh, but it's fine. I don't like it, so I remember it, obviously. It's a silver lining. In order for me to remember certain things, if I wanted to especially remember it, I use negative feelings because negative feelings are rare. I have less negative feelings than positive feelings, so I kind of leverage. And so that I don't remember whatever they've written. There's nothing there in my head. There's a blank space other than soda. I just know I find it very disagreeable. Oops.
ハンコ
Uncle. Attractive. This one was a bit weird, right? Ground patty with the X mark for the treasure, right? But then you feel renewed and then somehow it pivots to Koichi.
大声
Oh no. Is this a burn? Okay. Physical. Strength of one's mouth to spread the word of shellfish being used as a currency. As opposed to whatever they used. But I kind of lost the... I kind of lost the read in it. And the definition in it. It was elaborate, but... Dang. Oh, the currency. What is the currency being used? As a form of congratulations? But what does that mean? Are you doing congratulations? You got to? Yeah, got. You got to. With an S. Okay. This is all 確か right 確かに
確かめる
確かめる The meru of 確か ちゃんとドアに鍵をかけたかどうか確かめたことがいいでしょう。Way of performing this. Certain, right? Certain. How? I guess you can be certain that this is a good way. Yeah, or like to make sure. I wonder if they make sure is better than to be certain. Make sure. I think to be certain is. Although to be certain makes it sound like it's intransitive, so that might be a problem. But I don't really concern myself with that kind of thing. I just know that this is transitive by the way it sounds. At this point, what's transitive and intransitive is pretty intuitive now. But we can still use a bit of English. But to be certain would make it sound intransitive, but this is transitive. Okay. Fixed leader. Still chi? This is value. Huh. This is YOLO? Oh, YOLO. The passage of time. So what do we have for passage of time? Ke? Think about cake. We have cake. Cake and passage of time. Hmm. I don't think I don't think I integrated cake into my mnemonic. I know it has something to do with tacos.
立つ
That's it. Pass. Did I? How did I incorporate cake? Oh no, I did not add cake. That is a weakness. How useful do you think Hanzahiro is? Would you recommend it to someone with approximately B1 level? B1. Which one is B1? Hanzahiro is flexible enough that you can skip all the stuff if you to get to B1 if you want it. I guess B1 is what? HSK. B1 is like HSK 4 through 6. Yeah. I was a heritage. I'm a heritage speaker, so I had like negative A1 status when it came to reading, but listening to the stuff was already like B1, B2. I would say if you want reinforcements for vocabulary, here's my thought. If you feel like you're already comfortable in diving in native content, right? Like you're just reading books, right? Doing graded readers, maybe on Du Chinese, or you're listening to easy listening podcasts, or you're kind of playing video games or something, and you already feel consistent enough where you're like, yeah, I can figure out the missing word because my foundations are good. I think Hanzahiro would be more of an investment if you have like a lifetime subscription, but not so much as in a organic development process. And what I mean by that is Hanzahiro sets itself up as a place where you can keep track of any interesting vocabulary or any vocabulary that you want to expand. And if you're already considerably intermediate and you feel like you're doing your word discoveries naturally elsewhere, Hanzahiro is meant to also do that. So it will continue to expand your Hanzi repertoire. And the way Hanzahiro goes about it, it makes it so that whatever you acquire is modular. So what I mean by that is when you're reading like a sentence in Chinese, it ends up being, it teaches you, or it normalizes a behavior in which if you don't understand anything, there's something you can fall back on to get a reasonable idea of what the sentence is. This is personal anecdote. One thing that is very nice about Hanzahiro is you can read sentences without ever knowing what it means. So this is, that might sound like, oh well, isn't that a bad thing? The thing is, there is something about the Chinese language that can be very intimidating, that comes very slowly, and one of them is like the tonality, the practice of like getting the reads one to one and then reading them large number of characters. I think Hanzuhiro removes that quite a bit. It addresses that in a manner that feels like, all right, well, you don't know what this sentence means. There's all these characters, but let's just break it down into parts. So if you don't feel that you have that as a skill set, that's what Hanzuhiro develops. It develops a sense of feeling like, well, I don't remember specifically what the vocab and the context is, but I can at least break down all the meanings. So occasionally you would like read a bunch of sentences. It's like, oh, these all make sense because you're using natural context already and whatnot. But occasionally you're going to hit like a sentence where maybe 50% of the sentence has like characters that you've never seen, or the very identical wholesale character you've never seen, but you can look at the character and say, I think it probably sounds like this, and it probably means something like this. And then you can use the rest of the sentences to do it. So if that skill seems a little attractive to you, I think that would be something that would be recommended for. So I usually do not provide recommendations if I don't understand where the other person is. And usually low intermediate can be any sorts because people have different priorities in their lifestyles, so they can have different fields that are stronger. I usually go with like the feeling. What type of skills do you like? And in terms of Hanzuhiro, one thing's for sure, after 200 plus days, whenever I see a sentence, there's something I can piece together, even if the sentence has like a string, half of the characters do not have actual vocabulary attached to them, like a meaning attached to them. You can ascribe and build up kind of a makeshift meaning and then corroborate as much around it as possible. So if that's kind of something that's attractive to you, Hanzuhiro can introduce a skill set like that. In terms of reading though, yeah, Hanzuhiro definitely. Like for example, I'm using WaniKani right now, but for example, like this to pass on, WaniKani does the same thing where you look at this character and you're like, I have no idea what that is, but you know it's Ke right away. At least for me, anecdotally, it's Ke. And the reason why it's Ke is because it has thread, right? It has thread and tombstone or a headstone. But in Hanzuhiro, it's also slightly different. Hanzuhiro, this would be a folding stool, soil, and thread. But I don't know what this is yet in folding stool, soil, and thread. At least I don't think. No, but if it ends up in a sentence, you might be able to figure out what it is. Or I could read something like this down here. This is Japanese, of course, but this is sure, right? This is sure, and then you don't know this yet, and this is mung, or no, wang, wang, or forget, right? And then you know re. This is hot, zhong, middle. So regardless, you have this sense of like feeling. So if you don't think that's useful, right, that skill is useful, then it might be a pass for Hanzuhiro. Otherwise, Anki is a free alternative, right? Anki is a free alternative, and I do not know if I don't use Anki or I don't peruse Anki. But there might be a deck out there that uses the same mnemonic device. Hanzuhiro does this thing where one thing that I would say is very excellent for Hanzuhiro if it jives with you, right? If you're into this. The standout criteria for Hanzuhiro, like what you're paying for, in my opinion, is not the Anki experience or the SRS experience. If you want the SRS system, Anki is your go-to. It's free, provided you are comfortable with some introductory management, like program usage, right? There's some end user knowledge you may require. But what happens is the SRS system is freely available on Anki. Now, the thing that you're paying for in Hanzahiro, in my opinion, is this makeshift, interesting approach to getting reads. Reads, like for example, we'll take Shi. Right, this is Shi. And to get Shi, you have Shrek. You have Shrek. Shrek is in the beach house. Or yeah, Shrek is in the beach house, right? And then Shrek is doing something with these components, which for me, I don't usually use anymore, so I don't know what these are anymore. Like what I mean is how it fits, but you can fit it into your own criteria. This is the sun, and this is the temple. So you can imagine a scenario where you can connect Shrek being inside a beach house with doing something with sun. And I think the mnemonic was something like Shrek is in the house and he's looking at a portrait where, let's just say, there's a sun and a temple, right? And he's just looking at it. And while he's looking at this, time passes by. And therefore, this is time. That would be an example, but I don't actually remember. So now, here's the thing about like this type of way of learning, like WaniKani and Hanzahiro. These type of mnemonics either stay with you or they turn over, as in they only turn over when you've come to not rely on them anymore. So that's kind of a natural process. Alternatively, you might be thinking, well, then if I already learned something by memorization, you might be quote unquote wasting your time. Because if you're remembering something only to forget it, right? It's not quite like that. Doing this allows you to do it on the spot. So for me, this mnemonic changes over time. Like I don't actually know the exact mnemonic anymore, but I can make one up that connects these themes together to get this. Now, you might be thinking, well, then at some point, if you invested a lot of time in Hanzahiro, doesn't this take up a lot of time? Right? Like, you have to say, oh, temple, sun, Shi. It's interesting. It's an interesting thought, but if you're going to have to do this all the time, but at some point, the goal is to encourage yourself to not use it unless you need to use it, right? Like for example, this one, we have Hoang, right? Also, I don't know if you're into writing, but the way Hanzahiro approaches things, which is not WaniKani, to write this, knowing the components allow you to write the things. So remembering the mnemonics or whatever mnemonics you decide to modify from it also allows you to visualize and remember. And if you have like aphantasia, you don't necessarily have to visualize literally these characters. You can know death, and you know death once you write it. And then if you know heart, right, you can add heart. So it can help in that way. Not that everyone's interested in writing. And then how does this deal with Wang? Pretty sure it's Wang. Wang, this would be then Walter White. anything that starts with W is good enough. So Hanzuhiro they prescribe mnemonics. But then if you're a intermediate person and if you're going to advance and stuff, all of this become improvised. So it doesn't even have to be white. It could be like Waldo if you want it. You start integrating different things. But at first, what is valuable about Hanzuhiro is it's teaching you, or it's showing you explicitly how to use a different type of mnemonic device. And if you're not used to that, this is closer in a very basic form, I would say a foundational form, as the Mind Palace approach, which is something that I use very often, not for language learning, but now for language learning. And that's the idea of you learn in order. You learn in order. And those orders are often either objects or locations. But they can be any type of object or location. It can be related to the thing. It can be unrelated to the thing. The idea is when you have an ordered thought with an object, there is a progression of thought. And that progression of thought leads you to the results once put together, right? So in this case, unlike WaniKani and maybe a substantial number of Anki decks, I saw a few people really like Anki as a platform, right? And then I was curious, since it's a platform, there are a lot of deck makers. So I've come across and met a bunch of people before who show what their sessions are like, because I really encourage that, because I would learn a lot from observing someone's session, because I can't make recommendations without knowing. So a lot of the decks, they're using a different type of approach. They use a top-down context approach, which is something I'm sure a low intermediate person or intermediate person would already start doing. This is why I mean by, have you already started reading, right? Especially graded reading, which is very popular right now. If you started graded reading already and whatnot, this top-down approach is sufficient. If not, a lot of people argue it's the gold standard. You learn in a natural environment, and then you apply comprehensibility, maybe like 80% comprehensibility to learn top down. So basically you take the whole sentence, the context, the natural state, and then figure it out. But Hanzuhiro, when it comes to Mind Palace can be used for a top-down approach, but oftentimes it's more of a bottom-up approach. It's more like you enter in the midpoint and you can build up or build and go down in order. And Hanzuhiro does this in a building up approach, just like WaniKani. But WaniKani is a little bit loose. So for here, like you get Hoang, it's Walter White, this W right here, Walter, right? And then this tone is 4. 4 is the bathroom. And then you get the end, which is ANG. ANG is chapel. I can't spell chapel, don't worry. I English good. Chapel. Okay? Chapel. And then you get the next thing you look at is these things, right? You have a death, which you don't, you typically nowadays, what they teach, just like WaniKani, you see this, and then you see death. You see this, and then you see heart. And then all the right side stuff lead to the interpretation of the left side stuff. So for this mnemonic, Walter White is the character, and in your Mind Palace, you know what Walter White is. Walter White is the character from Breaking Bad. I'm not sure if you watch Breaking Bad. It could be anyone that you can attach meaning to. I really like Breaking Bad. So Walter White had a long life of crime, right? That's one of his narratives. So he's in the bathroom of the chapel praying to death, that death can liberate his heart from all his crimes, to forget. to forget and forgive is how I remember it. So this is how to illustrate. If you're curious, do you think this is worth it? It's definitely up to you. But here I'm trying to illustrate what is it that Hanzuhiro does, and that's what you're paying for, in my opinion. You're paying for this idea of doing this skill, in my opinion. And if this skill is not necessary for your success in language learning or like acquiring new vocabulary, I think it's a pass. But if any of this is interesting, the way I explained it, that's what you do. And that's how you acquire, or that's how it's being used to acquire. Right now, my current Hanzuhiro thing is we learn 13 characters. 13 characters a day. 7 vocabulary words. No, sorry, the other way around. We learn 13 vocab a day. When you get into steady state, after you build the initial things, you get 7 vocab and 7 characters every single day. That's the pace I'm going. And this is only after you spend time. So there are, I've got how many, but you can the Hanzuhiro system deals with all the initials. So they break down everything from initials to finals and then tone. So it always, in my mind, it always goes initial, tone, finals, components, which is a lot of people refer to them as radicals. Components, right? And then you get your meaning. And then the meaning, you get 2x meaning to get the vocabulary. And then the vocabulary is contextual. That is a top-down approach. So the system then becomes normal like everyone else. In my opinion, most Anki decks at the vocabulary level. So you take 2 characters, you know what, like if you combine this character with another character, right? What does it mean? You're gonna rationalize it top down. You use context that you know, maybe in your native language, like English, to get the meaning. But for me, the highlight of Hanzuhiro and WaniKani, if you're interested in Japanese as well, both of them overlap because they use... Now, I haven't read this person's book. I only took like a Sparks Notes version, so take it with a grain of salt. But they both integrate a very thing that overlaps with Hasek's guide. And I forgot if Hasek's guide was concerning kanji, but it's applicable to Hanzi. In fact, I might actually think Hanzi might take even more from the bullet points. I haven't read the entire guide. I typically don't read things that, if I read the summary and I'm familiar with the skill set or the skill technique, I typically don't delve into it unless someone really wants me to, or they are doing it and they're like a personal friend. But as far as I know, Hasek's really cursorily touch upon a lot of mind palace techniques for retention. And then you can adapt this mind palace technique to develop webs. And those webs are how you can connect meaning to each other in many different ways. Like, for me, I'm learning both Japanese and Chinese at the same time, and I'm using WaniKani and Hanzuhiro because I can connect both the process and the context. Or not really the context, but the content. So, if you're asking for whether it's recommended or not, I think ultimately, if you are discovering vocabulary with whatever technique you're using now, and you're satisfied with it, if you are able to evaluate that you're gaining progress, right? You have some sort of progress tracker that is satisfactory, as in you don't need to go faster, or you don't need to, and there's no like really down point that's draining your energy. I think acquiring a new quote unquote skill of input is optional. It's definitely optional. I cannot unfortunately measure the efficacy of a stranger based on their existing techniques if I don't understand what they're currently doing. So if you're still here, Luwick, may I ask, how are you learning now as a B1? I think right now I would say my conservative answer for myself personally, to give you a little background on myself, conservatively, if someone asks me like where do I think I am, I think I'm B1 in both Japanese and Chinese. If I were to say maybe the truth, maybe the reality, if I get evaluated, I'm pretty sure I'm B2. But I would typically answer B1 because I like to. There are probably weaknesses, ups and downs, and situations. So I would typically say I'm comfortably between B1 and B2, using that scale. And no more than that. So for me, the way I got here, at least in the last almost 2 years now, we're getting close to our 2 years, is I collect skills. I collect skills and input. I am not very concerned about their efficacy. And I understand for other people, they do care, right? They care about dead ends and low efficiency, maybe like problems with habit formation. That's the stuff that I do concern myself with when someone asks for recommendation or advice on a tool. Because I focus on skill building and like just the product of the skill building, the best thing I can do for anyone is to describe what type of skill can be extracted from the tool, because that's what you're paying for. I'm gonna be really frank. The thing that I see, which might not be the same as other people for sure talk about content, right? How much content you're getting, like how fast you're learning the content, right? For myself, if you got 1 month, which by the way, Hanzahiro has a 100 character, sort of like up to the first 100 characters ish, approximately 100 character demo, like a trial period. So you can take all the time in the world, and keep on doing those 100 characters. For me, I'm doing this because I enjoy it. But for myself, if you are able to extract the ability, like the skill and the format in that 1 month, that's to give you a perspective of my priorities. Usually I try to extract the method. So I think 1 month or 100 characters would give you enough good impression of the approach, the methodology. And that's what I typically focus on explaining. So the way I explained Hanzahiro was that technique that I just shared. Maybe we'll move on to the next one. I can give you something like, and I do this in Japanese, by the way. You mostly listen to podcasts. Every now and then you read short stories, 1 book, 1 hour a day with a tutor. Yes, that's perfectly sufficient. Now, if you get bored, like what if I had to do an advice, right, or a suggestion, if you're evaluating yourself and you're giving yourself, let's say you're giving yourself a scale. This is oftentimes how I vet people. If you give yourself a scale of 0 to 10, as in your satisfaction, let's just try to stay very generalized so that it's not too specific where it becomes inappropriate. Like your satisfaction, if you are like a 5 plus, I think that's very sufficient, because when you're 5 plus in satisfaction, that means you have sufficient motivation and sufficient intrigue, right, or like interest to keep going. That should be enough, in my opinion, to encourage you to keep making progress. Now, if you notice that this number is starting to dip, like you started at a 9 and you start like trickling down, and you're getting close to a 5, and you're like, maybe I should consider some other way, some like additional way. Maybe you made time, right? The stuff you're doing now, your tutoring, your reading, your podcast has become very efficient, as in you know what you're looking for, you know what you're reading, and you're making excellent progress, but you feel like your satisfaction is going down, like your engagement and motivation is going down. Finding a new way, or enjoying and learning a new way, can make a big difference. And the last thing, like if you're worried about the content that you're paying for, which is what most people are worried about, right? It's going to be the same content. And what I usually offer as a piece of consideration when it comes to opinions is, instead of looking at it as what new content a tool can do for you, ask yourself, how well does a tool help you want to retain retention through practice? So like for me, my first 50 days of Hanzi Hero was covering everything I learned from Duolingo Chinese. And I know how that sounds when people say, oh, you use Duolingo Chinese, you probably didn't remember anything, or like it doesn't teach you anything. It's like, yes, I actually agree when the user isn't understanding how they interact with Duolingo. Like Duolingo does have situations where if the person does not understand the methodology, in my opinion, like how you retain and how it helps you retain, you can absentmindedly use anything and they would fail. Like you can listen to podcasts for years and not learn a single thing, right? People watch anime for their entire childhood and only started learning Japanese from 0, for example, when they're like 20 plus. So to me, that's the most important thing that I like to focus on, as opposed to thinking about it as a content. I think since you're mostly listening to podcasts, and then every now and then reading short stories, pick up a book, and then you already have an hour weekly tutor, and you're really satisfied, you look forward to it, and you do it like regularly, in the sense that, oh, you're excited and intrigued by the stuff, and that's like your reward. You like doing these things. I don't think Hanzi Hero will likely change much of that. In fact, if you're worried about money, Hanzi Hero costs money as well. So if that obligation is not useful to you, I do not believe Hanzi Hero add too much value. Now, if you thought anything I said about Hanzi Hero, like when someone asked me, you know, how do you, like, we'll choose like a regular, we'll choose, let's do he, right? How do I know this is he? And you find like it's really cheeky and funny to tell people, oh, this is how I know this is he. It's Harry Potter, right? In the electricity plant. Harry Potter in the electricity plant. And for whatever reason, He's using a glove to protect himself from like working on the generators. I actually don't remember what the mnemonic is, but and it's very fitting because the gloves fit really well. He has good fitting gloves to protect him from electric shock from working at the electricity plant's generators. This is suitable or fit. And that's her, right? So if that stuff is really fun for you to do as like a separate exercise, what happens is this stuff gets mapped onto your podcast. If you become clever enough, which I think almost all humans, barring like debilitating neurodegenerative diseases and stuff, are capable of this connection. Whether it's intuitive is certainly up to the person, right? But ultimately it can become intuitive to the point where when in the future, when you look at certain things, there are many different ways to grab the meaning. And for myself, this is what I illustrate each day with WaniKani. Like I have low ability to get lost, right? Like at some point I'll find it in my mind palace somewhere. And that's taking your time. If you're anxious and hustling and you need to meet a deadline, probably not. I'd probably skip something like this if you have something that's already working. That's a practice in diminished return. I like accruing skills that deals with thinking, or not really thinking, but more so about learning. And give me all of them. Like I know some people always talk about what's the best way. I'm not looking for the best way. I'm looking for the most interesting way. Or anything that I don't understand. I'm looking for ways I don't understand. So I hope that gives a really quick primer to, in the future, if you're ever curious, because I won't always gonna be using WaniKani and Hanzuhiro. Soon after Hanzuhiro, we're gonna be using LLMs to write and pre-write things that I talk about. Like, what do I talk about on stream? I need to learn how to do and read and write and answer all of those things. So that's how I'm going to use tools like ChatGPT. And then it comes with other problems, right? We talk about hallucinations and all that. So how do I create a workflow that deals with dealing with hallucinations? What are my second resources or my primary resources? So all of these things, this type of like workflow analyses, that's what I focus on. And then I do it over and over again every like 30 days, and then every 100 days I start refining the process. But in the future, this is for future reference. If you find any of this interesting, that's how I answer questions as well. So learning Japanese and Chinese, for example, is something I thought would be fun and useful. It's secondary to understanding how things work. So I find personally, this might be a little personal bias towards myself, I find that when people ask me questions, if I know how things work, like the way things work, I can explain those things and then trust that the person I'm talking to understands themselves. So this is an assumption that I'm making, that understands themselves well enough to ask themselves, is this interesting? Is this useful? And then I would use like like particular sampling conditions and stuff to maybe help the person determine. And for myself, if you learn through podcasts and short stories, Hanzuhiro will provide an alternative way to acquire vocabulary that rarely overlaps with podcasts and short stories. So if you want to learn a new way to expand your vocabulary and reading, very specifically reading. Hazuhiro uses AI generated voices. I think they're very serviceable as a for a heritage speaking perspective. I think they're incredibly serviceable. So may not be perfect and whatnot, but it is secondary. It's a feature that they have. They read all the sentences out. They generated all of them for the examples. Unlike WaniKani, WaniKani does not do that. They actually hired speakers to say just the vocabulary words, right? But they didn't hire speakers to read all these example sentences, which can be something that's important. But one thing's for sure, if that is your primary way of doing things, Hanzuhiro presents a different way to expand your vocabulary. It's not necessary, though, obviously. If you're bored now and you just want some new way of, going over vocabulary words you already know, and since it sounds like you're listening to podcasts more than you're reading short stories and books, Hanzuhiro is reading forward. And reading not in the sense of sentences and paragraphs. So you'll still have to read your short stories and books, but it is reading characters. So characters in isolation. So it creates the sound character connection. So I can read sentences without even knowing what the meanings are. Like it's a very disjointed way, and it's not for everyone. If you don't like disjointed, it's kind of like here's what my analogy would be. Hanzuhiro is like getting Legos and building something by understanding the aspects of the pieces. Reading short stories like graded readers, for example, is getting an instruction manual or getting like a diagram of the object of the product, and the product is designed in a way that you can put it together using what you see in the diagram. So in graded reader, you have like, oh, you kind of know what a table looks like. They gave you, this is what the table looks like. Put it together, and they'll give you some pieces, right? You got some pieces. You clearly know most of what the table is, so whatever is missing, you can figure it out. That is graded reading. Hanzuhiro is like, okay, we gave you 4 legs. We gave you this thing. Maybe we even give you like 3 boards instead of 1 large one. What can you make from the 4 legs and the bar? Well, you can make a lot of things, and it might not be the most appropriate things. Like, for example, you can probably connect the 3 boards like this for no reason. Like, heck, you can probably get another 4 legs and you can create a shelf. Was it the shelf that was the idea? No, they wanted you to make a table. So this stuff can lead to herrings, like red herrings, and not everyone likes this. I think if I wanted to give you like a con feeling, like a pros and cons, this would be the con for this method, especially WaniKani and Hanzuhiro. You can get led down herrings, and the thing is, it's not necessarily herrings. It's herrings from someone who only think of one-to-one. So if you're always looking for the correct answer, it can be a herring. But in this way, in Hanzuhiro way, or like the WaniKani way, you know all of these. You're responsible for knowing, oh, it could look like a shelf, it could look like a table, it could look like a chair, right? It could look like a chair. It's kind of like if you ask an artist, What can you make with circles, triangles, and squares? An artist would probably say everything. But if you're asking a photographer, what can you make circle? This is not exactly true, but I'm trying to like distill some analogies. What is a circle, triangle, and square? It's a circle, triangle, and a square, right? But what a photographer can tell you is they can tell you all the intimate details, nuances of that circle, triangle, and square. Meanwhile, an artist, like a creative artist, like a abstract artist, for example, abstraction artist. Well, a circle, or it's not a sphere, but a circle could be a sphere. But then it could just be someone's head. Or it's not a sphere at all. You know, like, or like this could be like the bottom side of a cylinder. Right? So that type of thing, it can lead to exhaustion. So one of the downsides of using this way is it's engaging, probably, because it's different from the way you think. It's a lot of people like to think top down when they approach learning, because native content or natural content is always goated on the internet. Right now, the most trendy thing is natural content, native content, whatever that is goated. And this is natural, native as in your goal, and your content is natural and native. When it comes to bottom up approaches, you have to weigh what you do already, because it's very dependent on you. And what I mean by that is top down gives you the image of what you're striving for, so what you need to become. Bottom up gives the control to you to come up with things. And obviously, without going into too much detail, you do both. A hardy language learner who is very enthusiastic, motivated, do a little bit of both. I don't stream things that I watch or listen to or read in the evening because copyright. If I were to like stream a podcast, for me, I think it's a personal integrity thing. I don't want to get into trouble or reuse other people's content. And also, reading stories online can be a little tricky because other people's money and property are those stories, right? And then obviously you can't watch like anime and read manga because that's published, it's owned by publishing. So the alternative is, that's why you can kind of, most people who make these type of content, like SRS content, is free to use, or like free to show, because it's very dependent on the individual's ability to use the method. So I would say, despite all of it, if you're interested in learning a different way to encode or input new vocabulary, you can give it a try and then see if you can adapt that. Because once you get the idea, you don't have to use Hanzahiro forever. You can use that technique. You can extract that technique and apply it to a dictionary if you want it. And then you can even modify, you can mod that technique yourself if you're curious enough, and then still apply it to dictionary or your podcast. If your podcast has subtitles, right, in Chinese, you can apply it to every single character. Like it's up to you. So one of the downsides for business, I suppose, for like people like Hanzahiro's devs, is if you meet someone like me, like for me, I'm not the target. So I'm not the target. When you come to the target audience, it's usually someone who needs the method. Because, and this is definitely your choice as a language learner, you don't want to learn it. Right? And these are people who prefer to be intuitive about things. And I'm not that type. I'm not the target. Their target is for people who want the method being prescribed to them. So a method being prescribed. And that prescribe means you have to trust it. You trust the method, and then eventually that leads into an intuition. And that is where people look for recommendations nowadays, right? That's how the internet is normalizing that behavior. You look for recommendations and you're asking, really, if I use this product, will I develop an intuition by trusting the method? Because I don't really want to think about how it could go wrong or go right. It just has to be reliable because it prescribes it for me. So that's why Duolingo fails sometimes a lot, just as much as it succeeds. Or arguably, it's still more of a success than it is a failure. And for myself, when I used Duolingo, I was really focused on the method. I would say it took about 100 days for me to be like, yeah, all right, it's time to overhaul. So what happened is, in order to complete the content in Duolingo, which it's available on YouTube, like on my channel, every day, day in and day out, I wanted to keep on innovating or changing up the method by bringing in my own methods until I completed the content. It doesn't matter when and where I complete the content. I know that I had to keep changing the method or find enrichment for the method, because I'm largely interested in how far I can push the foundations. So Duolingo is a great way to start something, but that's not where it ends, right? That's the kind of idea. And Hanzahiro, all the approaches that I have for these tools are the same. The way I interact with Hanzahiro when I was like writing and saying like chapel and Walter White and stuff, those are the foundations prescribed by Hanzahiro. But now I don't use them the same way that, or I use them the same way and then some. Now I use it to explain things and draw things, right? And then now I use it with WaniKani. So this stuff triggers, it's a different application of whatever Hanzahiro is doing. And then WaniKani is providing a different application for Hanzahiro. So I'm trying to retain the methods, the skills, not the content. So I'm very much a skill-oriented person, not a content-oriented person. And the thing to be very important about content-oriented goals, and this is a trade-off. It's a good trade. It's a really good thing to keep in mind. If you're content-oriented, which you may be, you want to focus on getting the content, right? So if you're starting a tool, the question is, does that tool pick up the content that you're looking for? And in this case, if you're intermediate in your podcast short story, I would say it would take more, you would have to skip a lot of things and do a lot of like jerry rig a lot of things that would be counterproductive to Hanzahiro, because in the beginning you have to go through all of that. So what you're going to have to do is you're going to end up spending a lot of time relearning, or not really relearning. It's going to feel like relearning another input method. And that can be very off-putting because while you're doing this, it's antagonistic to picking up new content. I would say if you're B1, if you're truly B1, it will take you over 100 days before you enter an area where there is new content, right? What you're spending that 100 days doing is creating another input method. You're acquiring, and if you don't like that, it's gonna feel like you wasted money, likely wasted money and wasted your time because you're not interested in learning another input method. It's a grind, it's not interesting. So that's the thing that would cause someone to drop WaniKani and Hanzuhiro alike. If you quote unquote think that your only interest, which you have to ask yourself, is the content, like I only, like for example, you're only interested in B1 plus content, B2 plus content. You only want to learn new things and expand. The first couple of days, like the first 100 or so days, is gonna feel like nothing interesting happens because all the vocabulary, all the things you're gonna have to skip or find a way to skip. And I think both Hanzuhiro and WaniKani is not designed in that way. That's why you still can skip most of the things. Hanzuhiro is far more flexible than WaniKani, so you can technically still skip things. And then Hanzuhiro also has other things like dictionary ads, so you can load vocabulary into Hanzuhiro. Now the efficacy of Hanzuhiro that you're paying for though doesn't amount to, there's no value that you're gaining, because the value that you're technically gaining or you're paying for, or the thing that you're paying for that you may gain, is what I described, the input method. And that's kind of why I have a lot of disagreements with the current landscape of language learning in general. People are looking for the best input method. They're not looking for collecting input methods, which I am. I'm here to collect input methods, and language learning has been a wealth of input methods. I play video games, by the way, largely, and video games have often been dealt with language, but now I want a new input way to play video games, and so that's why I delve into language learning, to collect more input methods. And then because of more input methods, they also allow me to output different things, like talk about how tools work, talk about how SRS works, or how the current immersion-based landscape works, how people review input methods and output methods. I think it's super interesting. However, I would say more than 50% of experts, quote unquote, self-proclaimed internet experts, or people who are very experienced, focus on best. They are more interested in the acquisition of language, which makes sense, right? They're more interested on the, more like the acquisition as in the goal of acquiring language than the process, the different process available in acquiring skills. And I am unapologetically, I am the latter. I am about acquiring skills. So it allows me to explain things to people, so then I don't have to recommend or provide any advice. I can describe something well enough, I think, and then the other person can decide if that's interesting to them or not. And the nice thing about language learning, in my opinion, is you're not spoiling anything. Unlike video games and, you know, reading a short story and stuff, when someone asks me, do they recommend like watching, I don't know, like watching this particular podcaster on their on learning Japanese, like watching this podcast, I would tell you what's in the podcast and what I ascertain as the workflow that leads to the learning. And then that means spoiling the methodology and the content that is in the podcast unapologetically. And then asking the person, does this sound like something you're interested in? Right? For a podcast, I don't have any podcast suggestions, Luick, but I do like, I dabble in this channel, Nihongo Dojo. So Taka Nihongo Dojo, right? Dojo. And he does flashcards just like this. So if you're interested in a different Hanzi hero, sorry. This is Japanese though. This is a Japanese example. But there are people, I want to describe what he does just to demonstrate what I mean. So there is another way, which also is like really pragmatic for YouTube, like shorts formats, or even TikTok. I'm not sure if you already do this, to get you like quick refresher things. So it's taking WaniKani and Hanzuhiro in a different manner, using a higher level. So it's what I mean by higher level is, we were talking about bottom up, right? But the bottom could be somewhere in the middle. It just depends on where it is. And for shorts and TikTok and stuff, you have visuals. So you have a frame, and you have audio and visual cues, right? Which can be non-verbal. So this guy, Taka Nihongo Dojo, he's a Japanese person who, what he does is in 30 seconds to 1 minute clips, he would animate, he would record himself doing something, like maybe it's him jumping right on the ground, and on the screen would have romaji, which in this case in Chinese would be pinyin, right? Pinyin, and then it would have the kana, which there is a version in Chinese, I forgot what it's called. It's kind of standardized by Taiwanese people, but there's a analogous kana for the other way, the non-romance way of representing, but in Japanese they use kana. And then you have your kanji. In this case, then in Chinese it would have your hanzi, right? Your hanzi, and it would be displayed on the screen with maybe some additional markers. And what happens is this person animates and splices jumping and something else related to it, like jumping, maybe dancing, and kicking. Because in Chinese, I'm thinking of a Chinese example and possibly a Japanese example at the same time, the characters, the radicals that are involved in jumping, dancing, and kicking are related. So this guy, what he does is he says the vocabulary word, animates himself, records himself doing it, immediately goes to the next thing and does that, and then immediately goes to the next thing. And what you have is someone who is a native speaker who says the vocabulary word, shows you a visual, you can connect with the visual, the sound, the location, the context. So it gives you an incredibly high flashcard. But now it's a 30-minute thing. You got your native example of sound, someone who's doing the action, so you can like kind of picture it if you're visual. It's fully sensory, right? And then it's in bite size, so you can do it at any time. And this is a way to illustrate, in my opinion, something that WaniKani and Hanzuhiro does well, but you can see it's still disjointed, right? But over time, when you build a ton of these, so you watch someone's channel and then it build over time, you end up connecting a story of this person. So you're building up to a short story. You can possibly see the short story. Then those short stories become books, right? So now it's in the middle. So if you're watching shorts, you're entering in the middle, and that's a good complementary thing, right? So now I usually, this is where I go into like my general routine about what are the systems of language learning that I often find. It's right now it's up to 4 spheres. You have a short story, your short stories, right? Your short story outlet, and that could be books too. And then you have your conversational source, which typically people would say podcasts. Interviews are fine too. I use interviews, by the way. I typically watch interviews because when it comes to my lifestyle, streams and stuff, this is the interview process. The questions that I must ask you in English would be reasonable to expect me to be able to ask you in Chinese. Like, 你读的什么书 right? 在dang it, 你最近读的什么书 right? Things like that, like what kind of books have you read recently? 你看的什么电视 right? 电视节目 or something like that. So this would be it. So you have these two, and typically these two are what people refer to as the minimum gold standard, in my opinion. Minimum gold standard. When someone asks you, oh, what is the minimum amount of things that will get you really, really far in a little amount of time, it's probably these two. Now, there are others that are lesser, but they're not counted out. They're counted out as lesser because they're referring to content specific nativeness or naturalness. So these are the gold standards of content naturalness, where you're having podcasts and short stories. And that is the priority for people who are focused on language acquisition. And what I mean by language acquisition, it's more like fluency, right? That's fine. Now, most of the time, I don't spend my time doing that, actually. I use WaniKani, Hanzahiro. Before this, I used Duolingo. That is not this. It's the other stuff, which is the bottom-up approach. This is a form of SRS and formal education. A lot of the criticisms with formal education, which deals with repetition, right? Repetition, abstraction, and compartmentalization. But what this thing does is in the field that I'm more used to, it's habit formation. So what is a property of this circle? This circle is if you're watching podcasts and short story and you're doing it inconsistently, as in you're not as interested, but you're doing it because you have to. It's like some days you just don't feel like it, and it's off and on. It's really like you just can't get into the groove. You started strong for a month and then it just kind of tapers off and like it's not interesting anymore. Like then that tackles something called habit formation. And most apps attack habit formation. So how do you make progress or tracking attractive? And if you ever read a book called Atomic Habits, which is what I'm borrowing some of this terminology from, I think the person's terminology is very excellent. This is a form of habit tracking, right? SRS deals with many of the fundamentals that form habits, because by sheer coincidence, if you're selling an app, right? If you're selling an app, this is a coincidence of happenstance. If you're selling an app, you need to get the consumer to form a habit in order to use your product consistently and become dependent on it. So this is where you have Duolingo and gamification, because gamification is trying to form a habit. How do live service work? Forming habits. They attack habit formation. So immediately they're trying to get you to constantly go back to their product. And by sheer happenstance, that is it's one of the spheres of language learning. You have to be consistent, right? And not all things in podcasts and short stories. In fact, these things tend to be less consistent. As in, sometimes you read a story and you really hate the story, and now you are no longer consistent with reading those short stories. Sometimes the news, for example, news would be another area. The news is like, well, there's a lot of bad news, so now you just don't want to read any more news. There's a very high level inconsistency when it comes to complex inputs, right? Maybe you just don't like the Japanese culture, but you like the Japanese language. Then whenever someone podcast typically talks about culture and technology, so it can be spurious whether you like it or not, right? That's a very high context situation that can produce spurious habit formation. There are days you like reading, there are days you hate reading, there are podcasts you hate, and there are podcasts you don't hate. Now, when it comes to SRS, this is a lot less context-based, but more abstract-based. There's more extraction required. And what that means is now you can't really hate it that much. It's so distilled and it's so broken that what happens is you're encouraged to build with it. So if an SRS system is very excellent at that, like an Anki deck, if you pick up an Anki deck, like one of the selection factors is, well, how do you know which Anki deck is useful to you? Right? Most of the more successful ones encourages you to build. So this is where you're wondering, right? So before you go to bed, I know I'm a bit long-winded, but I really enjoy having opportunities and sharing this. You're looking at this sphere to fill. And then the last sphere, I don't know if you've ever done the last sphere yet, is to create. Create is the last sphere, which is a project that you're working on using so it's an output project. And this is the very lowest one when it comes to someone who's content consuming, because you're consuming content. You're not concerned about creating content. So whenever you're looking for input, you're like, I'm not creative enough. I don't have any incentive. That's why this sphere is most de-emphasized. So the question is, do you want this to be part of your life? Right? Yeah. So anyways, just to fill in all the other things quickly. You have to go now. Wish I could stay, but it's past midnight. You will definitely come back. Thanks for sharing. Even if you won't get, there's a lot of valuable points I brought up. See you. Yeah, take care. Take care, Luick. Yeah, good luck. Enjoy. I would love to hear what type of podcasts you listen to in the future, by the way. I would love to see and participate. So if you have any particular podcasts that you like, I am more than willing to look at it and see. We could share experiences. Those shared experiences can lead to more motivation and whatnot. Yeah. Thanks for asking. Good luck. Good luck. Good. All right. Get back into this. Okay. This is Double Kun. So Neko. What was the tongue thing? Oh, Neko shita, right? Or is it jita? It might be actually jita.
猫舌
Neko jita. It's like adverse to hot foods or something. It's adverse to hot foods. Wait, adverse to hot foods or something like that. Okay. Aversion to fat. Okay, it's close enough. All right.
制度
制度 system.
経験者
経験者。経験者。Sorry. I have more thoughts. I'm somewhere in the back of my mind. I have two thoughts right now from interaction with new people each time. Is I thought maybe it's a great idea to record something, right? Like my my reductive four spheres of language learning kind of situation. Or not even language learning, but language learning meets habit formation. But then immediately all I can think about is if I record this, it makes me not practice it. And I'm not sure if that's the thing I want to show. So I prefer to just explain it every single time. Or maybe some people will randomly encounter it. But I think there's something about recording things that may make me refer to it as like, oh, okay, well, just watch my video on this developing force. This is my tentative thesis. Some part of me, like, secretly, for whoever is occasionally listening or not, secretly I always wanted to, like, it would be kind of fun to do like a PhD thesis on redefining modern, or looking at modern like efficiencies, or let's just say modern approaches to language learning and habit formation, like integrating the two. It would be very fun. But for now, like, every day I think to myself, it would be easier to record all of this and then say, oh yeah, just refer to my video on this. At the same time, the stuff that I'm talking about when it comes to habit formation and language learning, recording all that stuff is basically not doing some of this stuff, especially the habit formation stuff. So I have like this internal struggle right now on, if I do something that is more appropriate for a format, it would also mean that I don't do what I preach. Like, I say this stuff, but at the same time, I'm not doing it, or I'm doing things that would de-incentivize it. And recording something specifically in order to refer to it and circumventing the need to practice explaining it live would be a slightly hypocritical and or out of character. So, but there is a trade-off, and most of the time I keep thinking to myself, but what happens if you run out of time? Right? Run out of time, because when you meet strangers, you don't know how much time they have. Like, well, then you start working on a faster way to present it. That's my solution to everything. Like, solution to most things. Oh, okay, well, the person had to leave early, right? Which is the case most of the time. It's like, oh, that's a little long-winded. Maybe I can create an even faster explanation somewhere, live, obviously. So at some point, I might record something and publish something, and it's not reinventing the wheel. It's more like taking in, I'm not here to write a thesis on something that's like completely novel. It's more like the novelty comes from the synthesis of understanding what is facing people like modern, post-internet generation. And then how's that interesting? And I think plenty of really well-regarded people are starting to do that too, right? I just saw like on my algorithm, two of the prominent figures that people keep throwing their names at me release something that was a little bit more with the times, I would say. And what I mean by with the times is I'm not saying that they're bad at stuff. I'm saying they're finally having enough time in their busy schedule to experience the modern day stuff that they otherwise don't necessarily need anymore. Like I'll make mention like Steve Kaufman, for example. Like when they're putting out, now he's more integrated, like he's slowly integrated, but I belong to a different generation. So while his generation has specific experiences, it also comes from specific relevance when they're presenting their theories and analyses. And for myself, that's what makes PhDs really interesting. It's not necessarily novel as in you pioneered something unprecedented. It's more like understanding how you synthesize all those things to create a new context, right? Applying to new context. And genuinely speaking, if I have to overreach a little, while I might not have a background in linguistics or language learning, etc., I can observe things sufficiently and synthesize them in order to address, quote unquote, maybe a demand or a deficiency somewhere. And personally, some of the ones that are incredibly dogmatic, like the person who keeps criticizing Wagotabi, it comes from a dogmatic perspective. It's an unfeeling place where someone has already acquired a skill that other people haven't acquired. Like, I was going to talk about this in Wagotabi, but WaniKani and all the others are relevant. It's this perception that everyone learns the same, which I'll talk about maybe later as well on Wagotabi. Or everyone learns the same. And this person did not qualify it. They just say everyone learns the same, as in everyone learns everything. They're almost inferring that everyone learns everything the same. Now, to me, this is unprofessional. If they are truly an expert and someone who's very intellectually inclined, you don't make bold statements like this. You rarely ever make bold statements like this because it's very difficult to qualify. You only need one counterexample to invalidate this statement, right? It's very unprofessional. It's almost unintellectually inclined, in my opinion. And not only that, this person is saying all the methods are the same. So this is also suggesting that all the methods are the same. Now, in order to qualify something to make this a little bit more agreeable, is that everyone could learn the same. They have similar potential. Right? The thing about theory crafting, or like theories and concepts, is that they operate, when I say similar potential, they operate on idealism. That's what makes concepts, right? One of the inherent natures of a concept or a theory is it's in its ideal condition. And oftentimes when you can get to the point where everyone and everything is in the theory, it comes with a lot of conditions, idealistic conditions. And that's largely when a professional, if they were to be asked advice, it wouldn't be everything, always, never. It would be most of the time, statistically significant, likely to happen, unlikely to happen. That to me strikes professionalism and being an intellectual, because there are things you don't know and there are things you do know. And then there are emergent properties that no one knows yet, right? Emergence is a very uncontrolled thing. You can say it's likely to be useful. It's sufficient to be useful. It's highly optimized enough to be satisfactory. Those are the types of comments that I would see. But this particular person said it in an incredibly condescending way. They're like, whoever told you that we learn different? Everyone learns the same. And I'm like, that's not true. Everyone could learn the same. Could. The question is, even if you could all learn the same, perhaps, do they all learn the same? And that's what I mean by some of the content, especially from people who have been doing it for a very long time, can be out of touch. And what is that out of touch is the environmental conditions. So you could, for example, everyone could write kanji really, really well by the same methods. That's if everyone cared about writing in the first place. Right? Because the idealism is, first, writing is important and everyone should write. Or alternatively, an unprofessional intellectual way is, writing is important. You do it. Not you should do it or you could do it. It's you do it. So therefore everyone learns the same. Right? And this is what I mean by the whole immersion only situation and like native only situation, natural only situation. That is how I feel. I don't think it's those same experts that are professing this type of thing. They're talking about sufficiency. Right? That's very different from only situations. Sufficiency has a different mindset. It has a different goal to reach. Is the thing sufficient by doing it? It's not the thing you must only do. That's very different. And this type of mentality is why there are differences in professionals. You can still be an expert. You can still be really good at your job, right? You can be really good at your skill and still be completely out of touch with the people you're advising. There are plenty of examples, folks. Think about someone who like bends the world to their will and can still be seen as a foolish farce by a good majority of people. There can be people who are incredibly intelligent, do everything really well, and still be out of touch with the majority of people. Because being in that state of mind can also make you inherently out of touch with everyone else. So that's kind of one of the human conditions, right? If you're a genius, then you're out of touch with everyone who's not. But there are ways to mitigate that. The genius could be ending up interested in those who are not, right? That's a bridge. Maybe there's a genius out there who's interested. It's a very low percentage because the human condition would dictate that if you have a lot of resources and you excel, you typically are inward looking, right? That's one of the basic human conditions, at least in my opinion. When you are a superstar, you typically focus on yourself because you're the superstar. If you can't relate to other people, you don't concern yourself with other people. It's hard to be concerning as a human being when you don't share empathy with other things. So the more you're an expert, the more likely that you're not. So when you're truly an expert, sometimes you are also conditioned to be out of touch with people. It's the balance of these things that I typically find that are truly professional and truly intellectual. When you have a balanced perspective, a perspective that actually demonstrates you're cultured, as in you're professional in the sense that you understand the ups and downs and the things that you don't know and the things that people don't know or people don't care about, etc. Right? The other nuances of your profession. But I saw this comment and I'm like, yes and no. That's how I answer it professionally. Yes, I could see why this person says everyone learns the same, especially when it comes to language. But I'm going to expand on it. Everyone could learn the same, but they choose not to. And why do they choose not to? The thing you're out of touch with. It's the environmental condition. So while I said this before myself, there are no such thing as learning styles, for example, which people, that's where this comment comes from. This reductive comment of everyone learns the same is often the debunking of learning styles, right? It's the idea that people don't have learning styles because they could all learn the same. Most 90, like intelligent people, like people who are born normal, right, relatively within a range, have the capacity to learn the same. There's no such thing as learning style. So if you're telling yourself right now as a language learner, like, oh, I'm more of a visual learner than a reading learner, it's like yes and no. You are capable of learning within a statistical range of everyone else, but you choose not to because while there's no such thing as a learning style, there are normalized behavior. And this is an environmental concept. So ideally, people have very similar potentials, according to this guy, which I agree. But it's more than that, because what he's saying is unprofessional. It's myopic. It's short-sighted. Because now what he thinks is everyone is the same, which they're not. Otherwise, you wouldn't have an argument. That this person spent like the bulk of a big time trying to defend and criticize Wagotabi when that provides the evidence that not everyone learns the same. Now the thing is, the potential is still there. You can potentially still learn and extract the most efficient way, that's true. But while that happens, the counter arguments deal with normalized behavior. So we're not all like unconditioned, unnormalized, unconditioned children. The problem here is that person treats everyone else and speaks to everyone else like a child. Like they don't have any predilections. Like if that person can say everyone learns the same, trust me bro, like this is the best way, assuming that there's no normalized behavior that would conflict with it. To adults, that person is more interested in talking to children. They're more interested to talking to people who are inferior to them. In fact, I would argue that that person has a narcissistic complex that believes that everything that comes out of their mouth is better than the other person they're speaking to. And that's why I feel it's unprofessional and unintellectual. They are not open to the idea that humans that they're talking to are adults, and adults have normalized behavior. Whether they have the same potential, it's reasonable. I actually truly still believe everyone could learn the same. The route to unlocking this potential is not telling people that their normalized behavior is not important. Right? And what is normalized behavior? Habit formation. So yes, you can say, oh yeah, man, the results you get with like learning in context, read books and read native content, it's really good. The potential is so high, it's so good, trust me. Meanwhile, that normalized behavior is saying, nah, this is boring as heck. So what goal are you achieving? You not only decided to recommend something because you believe it's the best way without considering who you're talking to. So ideally, if you're in touch with someone, you would one would probably suggest a method in which to demonstrate to the person that reading in context, reading natural content is also attractively interesting, and that it can be bridged from their normalized behavior. And then you'll be teaching. That's there's a vast gap, in my opinion. There's a huge gap between someone who thinks they're an expert instructing and prescribing versus someone who's teaching and coaching. Because teaching and coaching often emphasizes understanding what your client's normalized behavior is. And in order to teach more efficiently, you normalize that by pre-selecting people. How do you do that? You screen people. You have applications to school. You have applications to employment, right? You're screening people, and that screening process deals with normalized behavior. So if you keep operating as an expert under expected conditions, then yes, everything will seem very simple to you. And then you can say unequivocally, like you can stake your professional integrity on saying outrageous things like this. I think this is an incredibly bold statement without my modified word of could and should, or the differentiation between potential versus reality. Right? When someone says like Duolingo sucks, I can't tell whether it's because they have some normalized behavior that makes Duolingo that much worse than the average, because in spite of overwhelming evidence, it's obviously doing something for the normalized behavior. Whether you think it's important, it's up to you. If you don't think it's important, that makes it so that you can say everything in Duolingo is useless. It's very, in my opinion, it's far easier to say things like everyone, everything, all, and never when you always operate under ideal conditions. That's like you can sound intelligent and you can sound profound, or no, you can sound persuasive. You can sound persuasive and convincing when you operate with assumed conditions that are not demonstrated. So it's easy to persuade someone when your conditions are not mentioned. Because without conditions, everything is true. See what I did there? Everything is true if there are no conditions. So when you say Duolingo is garbage, your condition is that you have no problems. You have no problems using something else that is different. That's one of the major conditions that happen, right? If I use WaniKani well, there's no need for Duolingo. So everything about Duolingo is garbage. That is persuasion. That's how you be persuasive. You remove the conditions. It's just assumed. Now, if you want to, in my opinion, if you want to be like informative and possibly even profound, you talk about those conditions, which is what I don't have a lot of time for, right? People have times, they have busy lives and whatnot, but I usually spend most of my time talking about those conditions and then showing or telling how things work. Because I truly believe that yes, everyone have similar potential. Everyone has similar potential. But the question is, the person you are talking to, the conditions, where is it now? Right? Like, sometimes idealism, people who operate in experts, they might always operate at 100%. Right? It's a straight line. But when you talk to someone who's below here, how do you know? How do you know where their potential is? Like, their potential might be here, along this line. You're trying to provide access to the potential that you believe exists, but until you know the conditions in which their potential is either lower than their actual performance is lower than the potential, you don't know yet. You can't gain access to that without understanding the conditions of what is keeping them, right? So despite you can live through life never recognizing your potential, or potentially never actualizing your potential. But that doesn't have to stop you from optimizing towards that potential. I think this is where I fall apart, or I share zero sympathy, like very, very little sympathy to individuals who constantly speak like this. They keep talking at wherever their narcissistic, ethnocentric comments are. They exude and project ethnocentrism. Or egocentrism, sorry, not egocentrism. Where they would say like, oh, well, I'm right, you're wrong. Just trust me. If you do this, you'll operate at full potential. I'm like, okay, well, what do you know about this person? It's kind of like saying, oh yeah, you know, reading is goated. Reading is goated. Meanwhile, you're talking to someone that's blind. Right. This is a more visceral example, like a much more like clear-cut example, but it's far more foggier than this, right? It's foggier than this. But using this, you can say, oh, what if the person is vision impaired and you didn't know? And that vision impairment led to a lot of normalized behaviors that would make reading sucky. So despite you knowing that the potential for reading is the same in everyone, you don't know. You don't know what their normalized behavior may condition someone. So that conditioning is required. Trying to push idealism can be evidence of expertise. But it's not, it's very rarely constructive criticism, in my opinion. Because in order for something to be constructive criticism, the thing you're criticizing, you need to know what it is. What are you criticizing? Funny enough, that person that is on Wagotabi, probably even WaniKani, those who like drop WaniKani and stuff, or Hanzahiro, those you have to ascertain whether they are constructive criticism or just projecting criticism. Especially dogmatic criticism, where like if I were to use my dogmatic knowledge, I would project my Chinese heritage, for example, my Chinese heritage as the basis to assume everyone else has the same feelings and motivations and normalized behavior. right? I can't tell people, for example, what Luick asked, recommendation of Hanzahiro, right? There's no way I can comfortably say, yeah, Hanzahiro is worth your time because it was worth my time, right? Or like say a bunch of linguists approves of it. It's like, okay, well, sure. You can share that information, right? Is it constructive? You don't know until you know who you're talking to. Who are you talking to? And then that person needs to know who you are. Because you got to get the information from somewhere. Like for myself, I had to establish that I'm a heritage speaker. Otherwise, it would be very, very, in my opinion, professionally negligent. It would be incredibly professionally negligent to withhold that information. I think saying, as a linguist focused on language learning, says nothing, or it says very little. What does say a lot was what came after. And saying that everyone learns the same as so very comfortably and in a condescending way tells me a lot about what this person's linguistic skills are and language learning skills, at least in my opinion. And what I mean by that is when in the concern of instructing and teaching others. This person might be a super expert in their field, but I would take their advice with a grain of salt for like personal improvement, because their advice rarely takes into it doesn't sound like it ever takes into consideration the person they're speaking to. They're making blanketed statements like everyone learns the same. So if everyone believes that and they're like you, maybe they all learn the same. It's outrageous, in my opinion. Almost, maybe not professionally, but politically disagreeable for someone to generalize a conversation that you're already in a debate about. Like saying it, it's kind of like saying what's obviously not true. What's obviously not true is the cause of the discussion. Like you're in the middle of an argument about if everyone learns the same, right? So the thing you say in order to prove your point is you literally just say everyone learns the same. That, my friend, is a cyclic argument. Right? You're in the middle of an argument of if everyone learns the same, and you say everyone learns the same. You go back to the argument, and then someone's gonna say if everyone learns the same, you say everyone learns the same. And it keeps going back. This is a cyclic argument. Right? To me, this might mean that that person might actually know what they're talking about. Sure. They might actually be an expert. Or they're right here in language learning and linguistics, which is the Booger Dunning stuff, right? They think they know enough, but they sure as heck know not that much. So it's either or, right? I think that's what creates extreme behavior. It's either through a very long competence and they forgot, they fail to empathize now because they trivialize everything else. When you become a super expert, a superstar, human condition would dictate that most things are insignificant now. What does that look like for WaniKani, just to relate to language learning. If you spent 300 days on WaniKani, one day may seem insignificant. If you spend 1,000 days, even 100 day may seem insignificant. So you can truly be an expert while still sounding like this. So that could be that person. Or you only spent 10 days and you think you know everything already and you haven't done it long enough to appreciate what you don't know. And then you can also say things like this. So which is it, right? I usually concern myself with that. I'm somewhere in the middle. And yes, sometimes I do have these thoughts too. I keep myself moving though. Largely because I don't have a career built on one specialty anymore. But this is stuff that is ever present, all over, online. Whenever someone asks me for advice on language learning, I have to tell them I've only done this for 1.5 to 2 years. I may be able to share some relevant information because I spent most of my time learning about abstraction and solving phenomenon and questions that no one else care or want to investigate, right? That's something too, because that's what science is, the pursuit of science. So there are some relevant life lessons in there and opinions in there that I can share. And then with that sharing and explanation, someone can make an informed decision. And then I can ask them, what are their conditions? What are they doing now? And I can share relevant information. Right? It's kind of like a client comes up to you. I don't like blue. And then the expert says, you must like blue. It's the best. To me, I think right now, this is what the internet does. Well, you don't like blue now, but let me convince you that blue is the best. Because the expert is in a parasocial relationship. Even if you exchange like what is a parasocial? This includes like people who exchange only like 10 messages online, you know, or a public forum. That's still a parasocial relationship. Because you do not, in this situation, exchange information about yourself. There's no personal exchange, right? So your client is not your client. It's just some person that you're using universal generalities. So you're generalizing everything. Like blue is awesome. It's the best. And then you go around preaching that blue is always the best. And if you preach it long enough, well enough, then you can convince people that blue is the best. Oh, even if it's the best, like if it's accurate that it's the best, that is still unprofessional and unintellectual. Because you have no consideration for the other person. It's not taking into consideration more things than your own point of view. That is someone who works in an environment, and it's often very disappointing to me if someone claims that they work in a profession that deals with learning, right? Learning, hopefully problem solving, and critical thinking. That somehow rationalize that this is the most appropriate behavior. That is, I like to believe that humans are not built this way. But then again, we have to consider some human conditions, right? You go around preaching something that doesn't ultimately help the person to achieve their goals. That is relying on gaslighting people. And this, in this case, is intentional gaslighting. A professional that a self-proclaimed professional or expert or experienced person who behaves like this is intentionally gaslighting people. They have to gaslight. Their main strategy is to gaslight in order to get their way. Because there's no empathy. There's no requirement for empathy if you know what's right. Right? If you're right, then you can always say the right thing and get your way. There's no need to be sensitive to other people's roadblocks or anything like that. You gaslight. What is a great gaslight? Duolingo sucks. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying this is how you gaslight people. What's another really reductive way that a so-called language learner or linguist would that uses gaslighting? It will prevent you from ever learning a language. Prevent you from acquiring the language. You could be stuck doing it for years, 10 years, and see no progress. This is gaslighting. It's relying on emotional fear to present a case to get your way. In this way, you do not know these things. You can't possibly know these things. You could suggest these things may happen. You don't say it like they are going to happen. You can't possibly know that. Not only that, you do not share. If someone says they like Duolingo, relate. Do you have any experience with Duolingo? Relate it to the thing you think is best. Demonstrate how they are different and the pros and cons of those things. Instead of spending most of your time saying, well, this is garbage. It's just bad. There's no way around it. You're setting yourself up for failure. Gaslight. Gaslight them to smithereens. And to me, most influencers, I would say more than 50% influencers who have a dogmatic purpose, maybe even righteous purpose, righteous and narcissistic, because when you're righteous, you're also likely to be narcissistic. Righteous, narcissistic, and dogmatic purpose is to make sure that everyone hears your gospel. And your gospel involves gaslighting anyone who opposes you. That's kind of like, you would have to squint and try really, really hard, but it still exists in like peer review, right? Because the human condition dictates that if you invested a lot of your time and life into something, it's very hard not to defend it with egregious passion, right? Our peer review, being constantly in the state of peer review, can help mitigate this. So if someone says they are an expert and they behave like this, then they are an expert in which they are isolated from feedback. So what does that tell me? In my opinion, this is like corollary. So it's not everyone, it's highly likely correlated. What this tells me is this expert is in a small pond. They spend most of the time in the small pond in which they are better, quote unquote, better or more skilled. So they normalize a behavior, in my opinion. They normalize a behavior that places them superiorly to everyone else. So then they talk to everyone like they're stupid or ignorant. In fact, I can't help but feel slightly I actually pity the people who try to be professional towards them, like a developer trying to explain their case and and trying to cater to such a person while they continue to try to gaslight everyone. Like, oh yeah, I understand you're trying your best, but it's still garbage. Like your product is still doomed to fail. But I just want to sound very polite, but your product is garbage. But thanks for responding to me and acknowledging that I'm right. That is the type of comment that comes from a potential expert. I mean, like, that person could be right. Like, they're all, everything they say could 100% be accurate. Like, the question is, would you prefer to interact with someone like this or someone who actually cares about you? I want to relate this back to WaniKani and Hanzahiro and Duolingo, probably. And even gamification. So we'll throw in Wakotabi for now. Gamification. Maybe even throw in Shashinko. And this is my personal anecdote. The difference, one of the biggest difference between sharing your experience, sharing your language learning experience, using anything in general right now, like when you're sharing it, like publicly, is that when you start, from day 1 to day 100, for example, I think for me, anecdotally, more than 50% of my interactions are gaslights. And they're not malicious. So a gaslight is intentful, right? There's intention behind it. They're intending to convince you something, but they don't have to be malicious. Most of these people are trying to help, right? Trying to help. But a part of it is also pursuing the idea that they know better. And that's why they're helping. That's the approach they use. They don't use it in the sense of asking you, oh, how do you feel about it now? Like, do you think Duolingo is fun? Like, what are you doing that, they're not trying to understand why you picked up Duolingo or Hanzahiro or WaniKani. They're not interested in that. They're interested in telling you what they know because they know better. So in the first 100 days. But then it kind of teeters off. I want to say it's greater than 50%, but I want to even go further. I would say 70%. Then as you get to the higher numbers, then you fast forward to, I don't know, 500 days, right, of experience. Now this stuff goes down. This stuff goes down to 30%. You still get them. People stop by, someone who's better than you, who think they're better than you, and spent years, even tens of years. I'm not saying everyone, because this is less than 30%, right? We'll still have this. But now you get to the role where you start answering questions, right? You're being asked advice or recommendation. And this is where I want to demonstrate the difference between normalized behavior and ideal behavior. Normalized behavior versus ideal behavior. So, from my experience early on, I no longer respond to people asking advice the same way someone who grows up in a small pond and acquired Japanese. Their experience changes their potential or changes their current working habits. Both of us, me and this person X, have the same potential, possibly have same potentials to be caring, empathetic, hopefully, right? You would think, right? Have similar potentials to learn and reform, but the difference between me and this person is this person probably learned Japanese in isolation from the stuff that I experienced. So this is an inception point. Language learning is very similar. When you have normalized behavior, you have to understand what the normalized behavior is. If you're presenting a product, right? Wagotabi, WaniKani, and Wagotabi, WaniKani, Hanzuhiro has optics. The optics are how your product is being targeted. If it's largely vastly favorable, then the optics and the targeting matches the demand of your consumers. Now there are limits to this. It's always nice to have an outside opinion in order to criticize and improve the stuff. But it also means that you need to consider both the things. Right? Both those situations exist. Now, you can choose to ignore the obvious evidence because you ended up growing up in a specific normalized behavior and that's what you preach. That's your prerogative. But that's not professional either, because being professional means you understand your clients. You understand who you're talking to. That's what politics and professionalism often involves, communication skills that are not the same as some belligerent expert who thinks that whatever they say is pure gold. Right? And then they somehow are entitled to criticizing other people's work without giving them a fair attention and shake to explain that situation. The alternative is to use experience to dictate that. Since I experienced most of this really early on in language learning due to my exposure, I am very, very almost biased in the other direction. So me and this person probably won't get along. I'm very biased in the other situation, so pros and cons, where I'm very hyper-focused on providing advice and recommendation based on people's normalized behavior. And that leads me back to my original thought about this, where I'm very uncomfortable in recording something because that would suggest that I need to create a statement that applies to everyone or applies to the people that I maybe target, right? My target audience, what my optics are. What is my optics? Well, my optics is to not do this. So that creates an internal struggle right here. Like if I start summarizing all this stuff that I talk about from day to day, I have to also understand that I'm also consequently making generalizations, right? But man, language learning has taught me quite a lot. Not about Japanese, not about Chinese, not about Spanish. It's taught me a lot about the overall representation of people who provide advice and recommendations online, and how experts or people who do this for a living, who are genuinely really helping out, how their advice and concepts and stuff, because they're out of touch with how the internet works, they are unaware of how their advice and their materials that they present out of the generosity of their hearts are being weaponized in order to make it an uphill battle, right? I think when someone decides to make another person not want to learn a language using the words of someone who likes other people to embrace language, that's weaponizing their information. So when you go around saying, oh, someone believes that they learn differently, people learn differently, and you go around and saying, well, this expert said that everyone learns the same and there's data and evidence to prove it, so it's your problem, skill issue, right? And then that person stops learning a language. What is the ends of that? So you achieved in gaslighting someone and removing their ability to consistently learn language because you are belligerent, because you're right, and you quoted someone else who spent a lifetime trying to promote the very thing that you're to promote, or to prevent the very thing that you're promoting, which is to target, criticize people based on principle. That's really interesting. That's probably my spiel for, I would say 2 or 3 years down the line. I'll probably still be talking about this. It doesn't go away. I think the internet kind of exacerbates that moment. So I want to leave it on a very positive note. Be aware of that, right? Hopefully you're aware of that. And if you like language learning, I hope everyone has enough stimuli and a wealth of alternatives outside the box and inside the box abstraction thinking to encourage them to continue to pursue intellectual exploration into language learning. The moment you're around someone who may seem intelligent and intellectual, but you have this consistency of gaslighting you to do something else, personally, with all due respect to those people, that is, in my opinion, not a teacher that you're looking for, or an advisor that you're looking for. You can, when you become very intermediate and an expert yourself, you can most definitely extract information from that type of interaction. But learning another language also means you're trusting in people that you have to understand or identify that cares about you. And I think people who don't care about the advice that they're giving, like they care, okay, I misspoke a lot. They care about the advice they're giving. They don't care about the person they're talking to. That, in my opinion, is something the internet does not teach. It's something that younger and older, you're hoping there's a diffusion of responsibility for this. Like, oh, things that are popular, they must care about the people, right? Oh, tools that are really popular, theories that are really popular, they must care about the people in order to become popular. That's a logical fallacy, in my opinion. And it's become more and more of a logical fallacy. How the internet works, in my opinion, right, is that most people self-select themselves. And if that self-selection fails based on the conditions of their normalized behavior, then they can still operate in the echo chamber without understanding that most of the conditions don't apply to them. Like, for example, we'll use Japanese as an example. You can think and feel like you're becoming more and more Japanese by hanging around a group that is entirely Japanese, while realizing that most of the group don't think you're Japanese. Right? That's the reality. Now, on the one hand, that awareness could help someone go find somewhere else that they belong to more accurately because of self-awareness and transparency. Or they can continue to live in, I guess, ignorant bliss, right? For that. And that is still taking into consideration that person's feelings. Are they okay with that? If they're okay with it, then yeah, go for it. But if you keep them in the dark, that's a different story. I think that's a professional negligence to keep yourself in the dark. Like, I want to say I'm very careful and reveal most of my personal biases and my intellectual biases, because without that information, you won't know what information is missing also, or could be potentially missing. What is missing with my analyses or suggestion about Hanzuhiro, right? I think about that a lot. And I'm probably missing a lot. And it would be really wonderful when people point that out. It's like, oh, hey, have you considered mentioning that you also have, do you have any skills that are related to Hanzuhiro? And that's what I considered. Largely why I try to say relevant things. They might not be relevant or important to you, but if you ask the person you're talking to, you might end up finding out that there are things that you don't think are relevant that are relevant to the other person. So when Luick decide to share that they listen to podcasts and read short stories, that's when I can talk about things that are related or frame things around this person's normalized behavior. Making blanketed statements like, oh yeah, short stories is a waste of time. It's all about that immersion, right? Or, oh yeah, you translate all the time? Don't ever translate. That doesn't work. Well, can you make it work? I don't know. Or my favorite, I would quote like Train a Dragon, How to Train a Dragon. I recently watched a live action remake of How to Train a Dragon. It's like that father figure, right? Who was talking to Hiccup and it's like, stop being all of this. And then Hiccup is like, you just gesture to all of me. And in the end, the point of the story was that Hiccup found a different solution, right? And what was great about it is his father figure and the people around them were open-minded enough to see that it still works. It might not even be ideal, but it still worked. That's the sharing part, right? That's what recommendation and advice, in my opinion, must have minimal of. You either understand your target audience because your optics are correct. Wagotabi achieves that. WaniKani achieves that, right? And then understand that when your optics is to target an even larger audience, you are largely going to draw more criticism. Duolingo, Babbel, Rosetta Stone, right? And they operate in a manner that will allow them to facilitate that. Now, that also means when you're providing criticisms and reviews and whatnot, it takes those things into account. And that's what in my opinion, that's the stuff that I look for. When if I have to take someone's advice and recommendation, even unsolicited advice is it's like default in contradiction to what I'm saying. When someone's providing unsolicited advice, the first thing you have to ascertain is how much do they know about you. So that would be one of my red flags. Red flag 101. If someone provides unsolicited advice, be open-minded to the idea that maybe they know something about you. So ascertain what do they know about you first. Because in unsolicited advice, you don't know if it's advice until you understand that they took you into consideration. And I would say 9 out of 10 times when it comes to language learning advice that I've received, it was unsolicited. But it was unsolicited. I did not get an indication that they know what I do or what my interest is. And most of the time, they don't even care what I'm interested in, right? The other 10% of the time, I've met really wonderful people that offered unsolicited advice. But when I asked them, what do they know about me? They asked and they demonstrated that they wanted to get to know me in some way. And therefore, I'm more likely to take that advice or even join in that advice if I don't have any experience with it. I don't think the internet teaches that conversational skill and critical thinking and problem solving anymore. You don't even need to do any of this. Because when you go into a channel, you're supposed to be told exactly what to expect. So when someone comes into a WaniKani stream, like I often ask, my first question to the person is like, oh, hey, what are your interests? What brings you here, right? May I ask what you currently do? Because that self-selection, I don't predicate on that self-selection. It is interesting to see if that self-selection holds up. after I know a few details, I would use my profiling skills, right? Because self-selection is very strong on the internet. Like I would talk about video games because I stream on Twitch, right? But I can make it about language learning, right? There's no need, perhaps, to push your agenda without exercising empathy or any form of rapport first. So it's shocking how some people think that the pre-selection is strong enough to provide reliable information. Like if you drop into a Souls-like stream, like someone playing a Souls-like game, and then someone types a whole paragraph about how they're playing wrong because they're using magic, that is presumption based on pre-selection. They're assuming that everyone agrees with that. And then the moment they find that someone disagrees with them, it's not their problem. It's that the person that they're talking to is an idiot or an ignorant person because you refuse to educate or accept the idea that someone may stick out from the population. It's to the point where you could make that into a thing. Like, hey guys, I'm gonna play Souls. I'm gonna play like Elden Ring, magic only, and then you'll probably get a lot of comments, right? Because the pre-selection is very strong. So here we are again, right? Talking about habit formation, normalized behavior, and how that relates to language learning, in my opinion. I think a big aspect of language learning that is now becoming like a fifth sphere of consideration. So like where, I was drawing these 4 spheres, no particular order, but there's like a fifth sphere that I'm working on, and that is where to find inspiration. How and where, and maybe some why to consider. Because I think if we're thinking about how much time people spend in these 4 spheres, I would say the average person spends about 50%, or they believe they spend 50% of their free time. It's like 50% of a 10% of their days, something like that. But this would be immersion, some form of immersion. This would be some sort of graded reading, right? I've already made this, and it's usually like 10% ish, which is like Luwick reading, and then here it'd be like 5% SRS. This is like the recipe for people who made it past a certain point, like intermediate plus, so the profile of intermediate plus. And here I would say like 1% output, so in a creative process of some sort. 60, okay, or maybe like 60%. I'm not breaking this up properly. And then here there's this part, and this is a wild card. It's like a question mark %, but man, it's a huge range. You can bump into someone who spends 5% or like 40% of their time looking for how to find inspiration. And inspiration meaning more like advice, recommendation, etc. So, and you're wondering, well, that's not part of language learning, right? Because you're not doing any language learning. It is now. We have to understand trends. In fact, I think this number, it's starting to grow. More people spend time reading about how, where, and why you learn language learning than doing these things, right? And that's important to consider, because the quicker, quote unquote, if you address this, then that individual will go to start doing. And that's where overcompensation has happened recently. How do you vindicate that? Strong sell. How do you get a strong sell? Gaslight. that gets rid of that growing problem or growing part of language learning. What is one of the bigger parts of growing language learning that people spend maybe potentially a disproportionate amount of time looking at methods? But they're looking at methods. So strong sell, and it's usually involving methods. But here's my criticism, or like my constructive, maybe my personal. This is a personal opinion. When someone is strong selling a method or looking for a method, they're not looking at the method. No, they're not looking at the method. They're looking at the results. So in order for them to decide what the method is, people are gaslighting based on results. And what does that do? The strong sell, it doesn't help you understand how the method works. Not at all. Like getting a smartphone, it can calculate numbers for you. Do you understand how the calculation is done? You don't have to. Obviously, you don't have to. But I think this is the new wave. This is post 2020 way of language learning. You find the person who sells the hardest. They're going to gaslight you the hardest about the results, and then you decide to participate in the method. I would love to hear someone else's counter argument that this is not the case for most people right now. When you say, "Oh, I'm going to start language learning. Where do I start?" The internet will provide you with the one that has the strongest sell. And this is what I mean by pay attention to this. Pay attention to how they are selling their product or their advice or their methods. Are they paying attention to the methods? Or are they paying attention to the results? If they give you results, it doesn't tell you how the method applies to the sample. Sometimes they do. Sometimes the gaslighting would say like, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of hard work? Or aren't you tired of spending lots of hours trying to remember kanji? That's a gaslight too, honestly. That's a gaslight based on the sample. So they're assuming you're someone, if you're here now, they're assuming you have a hard time learning. You want an easy way. You want something that takes less time. So yes, they still use gaslight to target the audience. There's a different way about this, but this elicits an emotional response, right? The gaslight elicits an emotional response. Like, do you think, like, aren't you tired of telling yourself you can't learn a language? Aren't you tired of being daunted by the idea that you'll never become fluent in a target language, but you really want to? Try our products. 95% of people have found that they start to believe that they can learn a language with our product after a week, because they only have to learn one or two things to start believing that they can learn a language. And in before, you're paying 30 or 60 bucks, and then sometime down the line it's like, well, you did feel what they advertised was true. You started feeling confident, but then you learned that it's not good enough. You need more things. It's like, well, yes, of course you do, because the product that they advertised was true. Like, I'm not saying they're not, when you gaslight something, that doesn't mean they're lying. When someone gaslight, that's how strongly they believe. That can be reflective in how they believe their product is accurate. So then later, when you're projected on results, right? And if that result is not reached, betrayal happens. But here's the thing. The betrayal is not just the gaslight's fault. it might also be how you interpret the gaslight. As in, oh, this product said I would become fluent in a year, right? And then you go back, after a year, you go back, it's like, wait a minute, where does it say in this product that it said you would become fluent in a year? You couldn't even find it anymore. But then you feel betrayal and you convince yourself that no, they did say that. And maybe they did, maybe they didn't. So the problem is you decided to trust the results instead of looking at the method and seeing if that method applies to you. Or you believed in the gaslight and they decided not to focus on the method or how the samples work, which is what I think a large majority of language learners, how they provide advice. They start by telling you what the results are, which is them, by the way. They are the results. That's how they start, right? The people would say, oh, I'm N1 now, and this is what I did. N1, you're the result. The person say the result speaks for themselves. I'm fluent in Japanese, so therefore this method is good. If you don't use my method and use other garbage method that I avoided, then I'm trying to gaslight you in telling you that since I have a bad experience, the other stuff will give you bad experience. There is no, in that whole transaction, there's nothing about telling you that that person cares who you are and what you need or what you could possibly need or the things that they considered in the people that they talk to, right? They're not demonstrating that they understand their clientele or their target audience. In fact, I would say people who gaslight directly towards a target audience do more about it than a product that's being pitched with unsolicited advice from a proponent who doesn't do this, even because it's even less. They don't even know who they're marketing to. What they do is they assume the most fear they can have. A good example would be something that starts like this. Hey guys, this is the best method. This is the best method that no one has told you about how to become fluent really quickly in Japanese. So instead, the gaslight is based on the desire of the result. And the idea is most people have that desire to be fluent in a target language because they're language learning. So now you tell yourself, okay, who else has the desire of learning a super secret technique that no one else knows but this person? Nearly everyone else, even myself. The first comment I would click on it and I'm like, let's see if this is new or not, because I would be interested in the method. And I haven't encountered, like, this might sound a little bit arrogant, possibly. I don't think I've come across a method in which the title said what it was presented. So when someone says, oh, this is the best new strategy in language learning that no one has ever told you about, meanwhile I don't see how, like, my first question to that person is, do you know how the internet works? And then ask yourself, in my opinion, if the persuasion that you have used selected a target audience, what kind of audience do you think will stay for your product? And then ask, if you're outside of this, ask yourself, do you think that's the type of person and the type of audience you want to be around? So what type of audience would be attracted to a title like, this is this is the secret no one told you about, posted as a YouTube video. Do you know what happens when you watch that YouTube video? Several other hundreds of content creators also posted about that thing. Right? So now the question is, if you can easily trust and be entertained by someone who's comfortable in saying they know the secrets of the world while posting it on YouTube and not expecting that other people will post on the same thing, I think that is either someone who's ignorantly blissful, which is a positive, like genuinely unapologetic, that's perfectly fine, or manipulatively hard selling you. I don't think there's much in between, honestly. When you have in between, it's usually half measures, right? What would be a title that represents something that's in between? Oh, here are 10 methods that have pros and cons that you may want to consider for your language learning in the future. It's not as exciting anymore, is it? It's not exciting as, oh, I've discovered the secret to language learning. Meanwhile, when you click on it, then YouTube will provide hundreds of other content creators that also think that is the secret that you've never heard of to language learning. I think to me, personally, I would watch it for information. I would observe someone like that and then go and look at 10 other randomly sampled people who cover the same topic and try to find information there. But I would not trust that person. Like, I would not wholeheartedly trust that person. I would trust the summation of what YouTube presents to me, because that's converging evidence, right? You're trying to collect converging evidence. And even then, when you have YouTube providing a converging evidence, because YouTube will typically provide converging evidence, then I would ask and test it. I would null hypothesis test and say, what if that's not true? What are the opponents of this method? And sure enough, there still hasn't been a language learning like messiah per se. There hasn't been a language learning method. Otherwise, you know, there wouldn't be active investigation and dialogue about language learning. If there was truly the best way to learn something, as most people present to me, especially the unsolicited bystander who presented to me, we wouldn't be having an argument or discussion or controversy over it, would we? That would be the most definitive logical indication. But then again, you could argue, which presents my case, you could argue that there are people in this world that have environmental constraints that they might not understand, that they do not have exposure to. So you can still live a life without becoming aware culturally of certain things. And that brings us back to the very first thing I talked about being unprofessional and unintellectual. Someone who claims they speak as though they know everything, knowing for nearly a certain objectable fact that they don't know everything. That you just can't. It's part of the human condition. You cannot know everything. So going around presenting yourself like an intellectual and someone who has constructive feedback and like hold themselves to a high standard, I think it would be a great disservice to overestimate your knowledge and experience. And that's probably where I would want to end this little digression. But I wanted to share a little bit about offering advice. Like, so it goes, we're going to bring it back to Luik's question. I'm incredibly uncomfortable when someone asks me, do I recommend something for someone? Unless I spend an hour or two getting to know the other person and also explaining to them the limits of my knowledge, the limits of my consideration, and all the possible things, just to provide, like, in order to provide some sort of conditions, you know? And if that weakens my if that weakens my opinion, I rather have it weaken my opinions than mislead someone unintentionally. Like, that's different from misinformation or disinformation. When you're deliberately telling a lie, that is misinformation. When you're not sure but presenting the information and telling someone that, okay, I'm not entirely sure, that's considerate opinion exchange, not misinformation. Because you understand that, oh, here's my opinion. I think these are the things that are being illustrated, and here are the facts that I know of to the best of my ability. That is professional courtesy. That's being intellectually acceptable. If someone starts, like, if I hop into a stream and someone says, oh, this is a fact, and it would be like some outrageous claim, like, it's a fact that everyone is successful at learning language through this method. Then my thought is, please explain. If I have access to this person, I would love to hear how they explain that. Like, this is the way, huh? So you're telling me that there's no other evidence of no possibly any other way someone has deviated from this path, right? And if they can answer that, then I'm on board. Like, if honestly, if someone can convince me it's just that simple, heck, I gotta try it. So, just to wrap up something, the other guys, this particular person's inspiration for my week-long digression, they suggested something that I have already done, but I didn't only do that. I did more than that. So the question is, does this guy really believe it's that simple? And one of them was like naming a couple video games that I've played and then bringing up a dictionary and a reference, and that's how you do it. And then they did the I+1 thing from like Steve Krashen's work, and then they say it's just that simple. There was one, I could even quote this guy. This is public, by the way, so you can go read it if you want. This guy said, learning a language is it's just that extremely easy that there are people who may even refuse to believe it's that easy. That's a strong sell. That's a gaslight, even. Telling people how they feel and telling people how stupid and ignorant they are by making a blanket statement like that, I would, in my honest opinion, steer clear of someone like that, unless maybe they have other redeeming qualities that demonstrate that they care about the people they're talking to. Throwing words out like that sounds very awfully one-sided. Like, oh man, I don't care about anyone except you. You're my friend. And I'm like, okay. It would leave me to feel a little better if you cared about other people other than just me, right? It's a form of flattery that you can use, but at the same time, it's difficult to know the intent of those comments. Like, oh yeah, you know, all English speakers are dumb. They learn Japanese the wrong way. Well, except for you, because you learned Japanese as an English speaker, so you did it right. And for the record, when someone comes to me and sometimes say like, oh hey, that's great that you've been learning kanji, and now you can read read some of the comments that I make and whatnot, and they're like, I'm glad you learned the right way to learn things. And then my first question would be like, what do you think is the right way to learn kanji? Because I'm genuinely curious. This is a person that usually is a stranger, right? They would approach because they only see the results of, or they only want to see the results of the fruits of people's labors, but not how they achieved it. And they're not around. Obviously, that's perfectly fine because not everyone has the time to do that. But they went ahead and presumed something. So they would say something about like Anki or something because I want to understand them before I share with them what I did. And that person's like, yeah, I'm glad that you stopped using Duolingo because Duolingo probably held you back, right? That's a really common comment. And my first thought was, I see. Yeah, I can kind of see that, but I wouldn't elaborate any more on it because most of the stuff is like it's involved in how I learned everything. Like it's not like what would it look like if Duolingo wasn't the first thing? Would I still be playing video games and not learning Japanese? To a lot of people, that might actually be true. Like get in touch with people. This person who's criticizing Wagotabi, they constantly brushed off the idea that it's not a big deal. It's so easy, according to them, that you don't need something like Wakotabi or Duolingo. Like, in fact, they're counterproductive. They might even hurt you and discourage you from learning a language. How is that possibly someone who's intellectually inclined see that against overwhelming evidence that despite quote unquote not learning anything in 10 years using Duolingo and etc., that one of the conclusions they have is it discourages them from thinking about learning a language. Like that takes a lot of narcissism. Like that takes a lot of arrogance and a clouded judgment to think that somehow those things have no value in encouraging people to learn language and that it's not important. It might not be important to them. That's not what the reviews say, right? So, yeah, keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. I don't usually, I try not to digress about like how I take advice from people because I don't think it's all that necessary per se to constantly have to worry, as long as there's proper empathy, right? There's my condition, right? When there is mutual empathy, I think these things kind of work themselves out. I feel that my general comment that I'm making here is that there is a accepted social norm that objectivity can substitute for the lack of empathy on the internet. And I think it's appropriate. It can be appropriate for the medium. And I'm not particularly looking for that. I share my experiences. I talk to people. Even if they ask one question, I will probably ask a lot of questions back. I'm not here to trivialize human interactions online. It's not all that great online. Like people are in the fast lane on the internet. However, I take it upon myself as a fun little challenge. How long can I keep the person attentive and being invested in what I have to say, and also give them an earnest impression that I do care about them, right? Despite it being inappropriately scalable to the internet. Like you can't do this with thousands of people or tens of thousands of people. You're probably going to run out of time after the first two, right? So that's understandable. But for now, this little like monologue that I'm having is largely to myself, reminding myself that, well, maybe that one person that goes on to learn Japanese far better than I do will find their own way and a new method to still be empathetic and touching the hearts of many people to want to learn another language. It could be the one person I interact with. It could be the two people I interact with. At least just one of them. Worlds, that they nowadays, I wouldn't have expected that, or one of the surprising discoveries about language learning publicly online nowadays is how much it's still like the classroom environment, despite people keep saying that the internet is different because of the human condition, right? You basically have a bunch of people who don't care about how the other bunch of people work because everyone's in a rat race to demonstrating how good they are at language learning and then presenting their case. That's how I felt in high school, ironically. You know, you take high school, who gets the better grades? And then whoever gets the better grades, everyone asks for their advice and they just tell you what they did without any consideration to what the other people are coming from. That's now you scale that out by a million, you know, millions of people, and you got the modern day language learning, in my opinion. Or the modern day language learning experts, self-proclaimed expert, loud expert, and they're minorities, right? Minority vocal linguistics expert or language learning expert. Not all the ones that are diligently doing their thing, right? The tutors out there. This person has a 1 hour weekly with a tutor. The tutors out there, the people who are writing short stories, the people who are making podcasts, not those people. I think those are in the large majority. It's largely the people that stick out that I notice due to the human condition, right? If you're one of 200, you're one negative review of 200 reviews, I would obviously pay attention to that one to see what it's like to see what they have to say. So pardon my use of that person's diatribe, but it does reveal and exemplify what happens when you stream language learning and you have low traffic. Every once in a while, out of like the 10,000 people who click for like 10 seconds, and then there's going to be that one, right? And that's kind of like the situation. And that one, not necessarily coincidentally, I think it's selected for, will have very similar opinions. And I spend 90% of the time providing counter arguments to the contrary, but with a large helping of empathy, not the other way around, because I don't typically disagree with the superficial objective superficial objective generalities that those people use. Like Duolingo sucks. So tell me why Duolingo sucks. And I would largely end up agreeing with all of them because I have the context of why they think it sucks. And most of it is rational, right? Oh, they didn't learn any Japanese in 5 years. Yeah, that would make Duolingo suck, alright. But that's surely that is a sucky product. They didn't ask me if I learned anything from Duolingo. And I already mentioned that in Hanzahiro's situation. It took me about 100+ hours before I exhausted my Duolingo Chinese, like the stuff that Duolingo Chinese course introduced. And obviously Hanzahiro doesn't introduce anything about other outside of sentence, like within sentence construction, and even that had its share of interest, right? All right, I'm gonna refocus now. Sorry, I don't have like a closing remark other than be careful. You know, be careful. learning, being able to pay attention to what people are motivated, understanding behavioral consequences and stuff, you know, can help with finding your desired people that will allow you to be successful and happy in life. Hopefully. Becoming the victim of a strong cell and a gaslight, it's only a victim when it fails. It's a recruit if it succeeds. So you are more than likely, you are more than welcome to take that gamble. I typically don't. As a disclosure, I typically don't. I'm a hard sale most of the time. Rarely an easy one. And that comes with pros and cons. Alright. Oh. Whoops. Meaning. Oh, speaking of meaning, experienced person. An expert. Experienced person is also maybe considered an expert. Oh, here's what we were able to get valuable advice. Yeah, we were able to get valuable advice from an experienced person. That's kind of ironic. Or not ironic. It's a coincidence. It's a coincidence that the statement here pretty much summarizes what I'm talking about. You are often able to get valuable advice from an experienced person, not an idealistic person. That's very different. An idealistic person may be completely inexperienced, and one of the biggest boons for having experience is that sometimes experience goes beyond their idealism, right? Like, I could imagine a world that always constantly behaves the way I predict and conceptually believe, but why are we having this argument now? Clearly, whatever I believe is more ideal than the reality of the nature. If you think everyone learns the same, and yet you are constantly arguing against people who believe everyone don't learn the same, then in order to rectify that situation, how can you contextualize the idea that everyone has the capacity to learn the same, but chooses not to? Largely because which one of the contributing factors is normalized behavior, right? Environmental normalized behavior. What makes people believe there are learning styles, despite evidence or objective evidence unable to prove there are learning styles, right? Those are the situations that create empathy. It creates an open opportunity for you to educate people instead of trying to gaslight them and like telling them something. I have like this whole digression where this guy believes the best way to learn a language is to use problem solving and critical thinking skills in implicit environments, and here this person is trying to dictate and prescribe what a product should be by telling people what it should have. And that is like saying you preach one thing in your specific case of language learning, but it's not applied to like app design and video game design. So the way the guy provides advice is literally doing the thing that they criticize other people for doing because it stunts learning. So I find that it is so awkward to see someone who preach how to learn something, but it's only confined to the thing that they like, the language learning part, and then the thing that's, in my opinion, capping their potential, like limiting their potential to be more informative and critical and useful because they have a lot of useful experiences. Probably they don't apply that same standard and hypotheses to a wider thing, like how to make a video game, how to encourage people to read, right? They don't apply that. It's a double standard. Or it might be myopia, right? Being narrow-minded. So on the one hand, this guy basically don't ever listen to anyone else or consider or integrate or implement how to learn other people implicitly, you know, subtextually read that you're being belligerent and narrow-minded, and the other person, the other organization is trying to be polite and courteous. You don't subtextually read that. And then meanwhile, they're saying they understand how to learn language through like natural content and observing people in context and stuff. It's like, I don't think you even know how to communicate in English subtextually, let alone decide that you're some paragon of understanding how to learn implicitly through language learning. How much are you extracting from that video game that you think carrying a dictionary is just that simple to learn Japanese, when you can't possibly even exchange constructive criticism and act in a professional way using a native language that you claim you know? Stuff. Sorry, that was a low-hanging fruit, but something I reflect on, something to think about. I am gonna tell you now, it is very hard to constantly behave and execute on an ideal principle. So me, myself, while I'm saying all these things, I try my best, but rarely do I adhere to it completely, because I'm human, not a robot. So circumstances and environments can cause me to deviate away from the things that I try my best to do. Like, do I always do the things that I say and criticize other people for not doing? No. Do I expect that the other people always do that? Absolutely not. It's a suggestion. It's something to consider. Like, do I want people to learn language like they learn science in school? Yes, because I approach it that way. But at the same time, I don't always do that. Sometimes I go and passively listen to anime and not learn anything. It's perfectly fine, right? You got to be aware when you're doing it. What the heck is this? Oh, jagaimo. What?
Jagaimo.
How you spell potato? Potato. What? Oh, typo.
小さい順。
小さい順。So it's kissing. What do I know about what do I know about kissing? It's not oh wait, it's probably kaku. Of course it's kaku. Wait, but what does that mean though? Oh, each. It's Ken. Eno? Yeah, Keno-kan.
嫌悪感
Keno-kan. And Keno-kan is what? Like disgust? Maybe like a really bad feeling or disgusting feeling ish. Winter cow. Wait, what does the winter cow want to do? Heck. Ball? Wait. Winter cow. Building with the winter cow. Oh. Ascend. Oh, no, not ascend. Descend. Fall is fine too, honestly. I should have added fall. Fall and descend are kind of useful to know about falling on that one. I started writing in Chinese there. I said my fingers moved on its own there. I was like what my gut feeling was telling me. Kaise. Revise or like revision? Okay. Hoang. Like crime prevention. Okay. Peace. Sure. Or tea. Show. Full kitsats. Okay.
視覚
Shikaku. Okay. That typo. Okay. What? Oh.
判断する
Handan suru. Okay. What? Am I going wa? Okay. Is that a burn? Wow, we got a wa really early. Man. Oh no. How do I potato? How do I potato alone? Can I just emo? Okay. Alright. Fine. Oops.
大嫌い
Daikirai. Okay. A bamboo tree with a towel? Oh, or was that? Oh no, that's the head, right? That's the forehead. How does that work? Bamboo tree forest. Oh, is it something like your head is buried under a bamboo tree? Is that the thing that they went with? Let me see. If I think about a head that's buried under a bamboo tree. Oh, I rewrote this. This is more like in your head. In my head, I've always imagined about planting some bamboo trees. So I go and grab a saku of material in order to start working on plans on my bamboo tree, right? Omiyage is just gonna be
お
omiyage.
土産
It's there's no way around it. That's just to me at this point. I'm okay with just going with I can't even spell souvenir. Souvenir? Is that an A? No, E. Souvenir. I swear, souvenir is a French word, isn't it? Hold up. Souvenir. Origin. Oh no, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. When I really need, I think I should. Man, don't tell Bree, but man, I really there'll be so much conversations about French if I start learning French instead. Oh yeah, hey, it's another French word. All right. Anyways, souvenir. Yes, French. Omiyage is one of those like one of the early on where it's like it's so special. Committed to rote memory. It's attached to like memories of it, as opposed to like any form of direct mnemonics. We have here. Is that supposed to be an escalator? This is in hell. Oh yes, escalator. Mouse. It's not C. Oh yeah, it's really far from C. C. Somehow, I kind of want to just say K. No, okay. Got me. So, oh, cucumber though. Cucumber. Inhaling a cucumber. Yes. I think this was like shiri for sure. It's like Siri. This is special. Siri, it's a polar bear, right? What? I thought this. Oh no, wait. Right? Pretty sure this has something to do with a polar bear. Maybe like. Yeah, it's something to do with a polar bear's tail. Like the butt of a polar bear's tail. Oh, I have to shorten, right? Because this is kun. So shippo.
尻尾
Shippo. Hmm. What? Nimai.
二枚舌
Oh, Fort Ton. Yeah, right.
判断
Andan. To this day, I'm still not quite sure if judgment has an E in it or not. I think it's both because of like maybe British and American English. I have no idea anymore. The reason why I say that is because in English localizations of Japanese games, sometimes it's a plus E and sometimes it's a minus E. And I'm not entirely sure if that's because of the consequences of transliteration or American. You know what? Let's find out. judgment versus judgment. The difference between judgment and judgment, one with the E and one with, is primarily a matter of spelling convention, not meaning. Okay, judgment is the preferred spelling in American English. Okay, while judgment is the preferred. Okay, so I prefer typically to write in British English by coincidence. I guess this is an armor situation. Which I typically type armor with a U. Oh, or like a gray versus gray situation. Oh no. Okay, it's fine. English things. Hmm. How does this work? What do we renew, right? Are we, yeah, we're renewing something. What are we renewing? Something about kayaking. Alright. We gotta do something about, oh no, not something about, or is it? Yeah, this has to do with kayaking, I think. Kayaking. I have no idea right now. Let's just push it to the end. Disgusting flavor? I want to say it's going to be oh, I thought it was like a coon thing. Oh wait,
Yummy.
yummy. Repulsive or repugnance? Hmm. And oh wait, is it like hurtful word? I think it's like hurtful word or something. Hurtful words. Yeah. I had this discussion with myself yesterday. Yes. Hmm. Oops. Wait. It's figure, right? Okay.
舌
Uh,
非難する
避難する. 君を非難するつもりはねないだけどこれはひどすぎるよ。非難する。I want to say like to despair or something, but extremely difficult. How do I 非難する? Make something hard? Oh, extremely difficult. Wait, yes. To criticize. 非難する or 非難 criticism. Oops, that's Chinese. Double mustache. What? Oh, they go with surpass. That's right. What was this? Drunkard on the ground. Dirt, ground, drunkard. Mouth. Ugh. Drunkard, ground. What are they doing? This is where... Oh, this is a complicated one. The complicated one is... Oh, this is combined with territory, right? Yo. So... Yeah, like a drunkard on the ground. You don't know what region they came from. And you have to check for whatever's in their mouth, and it's icky when you try to take it out.
参加
What is that? What? No.
被害者
被害者 Okay.
強制
Ose. Second Moon Guard. Is the Moon Guard son of a bee sting? What is the Moon Guard doing? Oh, is it like... Oh, he's trying to escape, and then you do the Datsu thing. Escape, right? Yes. Second football. Look at how weird that thing looks.
存在する
I can see the edgy kids nowadays. Hey, how have you been doing? 存在する 最近存在する I'm like, what do you mean recently you're just existing? 存在する Like, I don't understand what you mean. You know, 存在する Sorry, that's the real true story. That's actually a true story. Not in Japanese, but in more or less the same word in English. Like when you're talking to a youngster these days, like, oh, how have you been? Like, what have you been up to? I've been existing. I'm like, what do you mean you exist? And it's like, you know, exist. Okay. During this existence, have you recall anything that you've done with your existence? Like, nah. I'm like, okay. Sorry, that's somewhat of an impression I'm making of maybe 70%. I would say 70% of people who are younger than 25 that I've met over. Okay, 70%. Percentage doesn't tell how many. I would say somewhere in the upwards of 20 to 30, 20 to 25 youngsters in the last year. And they more or less just say "sonzai suru" over and over again. Like, what did you do? Exist. Okay. Knock over, right?
倒れる
Aoreru. Okay. Ah! I thought I had it. Ah! Alright, I really need... I clearly still need to rely on the mnemonic. What is this one? I'm adding. Right. Something about a car? Is it ka? I think it's ka, right? So how am I adding? Now we're skipping this. Is that 2 now? That's probably 2.
資料
Shirio. I don't know, like material assets, material funds, property, assets. Not what that is. Video. Materials. What are we going for materials? Materials good enough? Oh, materials are good enough. Okay.
Arigato.
Arigato. To reason? Or maybe not. No. To reason. Already? Okay. Alright. Oh, this might be a burn. And I think this one is kind of weak. Definitely not rimeru. That's definitely not. That's off the table. It's hard to determine this is a. Don't quite remember what is another read. We're gonna pass on. That's pretty deep in there. This is like to get involved, intertwine. What? Oh.
絡む
Adamu. A bit off. To be involved with? Okay, that's. Son of a bee sting. Not what I think it is, right? Or maybe it is. It's not. Oh.
席順
Sekijun. That's so shoddy. Hold up.
事務所
Jimusho. What the Jimusho? Office?
検査する
Insatsu.
資金
Skin.
戦望
Zenbo.
」圧倒する
Dosuru. Uh,
飛ばす
Obasu. Ah!
機械
Okay. Huh. Kikai. The heck? Machine and oh no, they're so readily available, and now it's gone. Oh, Kai Jihui, right? Jihui. Okay.
産業
Sangyo. Okay. Direction. The dirt of the direction. Oh, okay. Hmm. Something about apocalyptic I'm thinking of an post-apocalyptic scene where a cyborg. Oh yeah, the end of the reign of a cyborg. Oh yeah, Sumu.
住む
All right. Something about viewing. Yes. Okay. It's not shirt. It's something entirely different. The womb. I'll say force. Hmm. Oh, it's been 4 hours since I started. There's a chance we got more review because of the first lessons. I think it's a 4-hour eclipse time. Might be an 8-hour eclipse time. I don't remember. Oh, that's yeah. It might be 8 hours. This is day 2.
刺さる
Okay. What? It's not touch? What? Wait, hold up. Touch your heart. What is that? Oh, respond. Sorry. What? Oh. What in the hello world is that? You're standing. Right. It's supposed to be position. Send help. It's a lying position. I want to say D. No? Oh. Huh. There's not much left, so kind of just strapped in. Try to remember what this means. Oh, rank.
順位
批判
Sorry. I gotta mute myself. There's gotta be a reason. I typed Hipan all of a sudden. Hipan. Criticize judgment. more compare judgment. I still like judgment. Ihan. How do you criticize judgment? I mean, that's still criticism, right? Or judgment. Okay, they took criticism. Fair enough. All right, we skipped 3. Here we are. New or kayaking. Aratameru.
改める
Aratameru. To renew something is like to change something. How do I get aratameru all of a sudden? Arata habi. Oh, arata because of the new, yeah. And arata habi, that's right. That's why I thought of arata. Because of new. Okay. How the heck do you add? How do you add something? Why do?
加える
How do I? Oh, how do I went with? In order to add more quantity, we need a ka. Yeah, quantity. Need a ka. We need a ka. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, qua. Okay. How do I reason? It says like understanding. Where's this even come? That is reason, no? Kishi no. The heck is this? Empty sky? Oh, atmosphere. Erasuto. What the? Space. It's very spacious. Oh no. Advertisement. That doesn't help. I had to write something for this. I'm not sure if I wrote something. Huh. Pretty sure this is reason. Oh no, wait, it's not reason. It's not reason. Reason is no. Reason is this, right? We already talked about this. This is berry. Oh, umeru.
埋める
Oh, that took a bit. Lessons. Oh, it's from our leftover from previous thing. Okay. 12 a.m. All right, let's do our lessons. Enemy. What was this? What was enemy? Techie? That's not techie. Means enemy or opponent, whether it's war or sports game.
敵
Oh, it is techie. Wait. But kataki. Kartaki? Oh my gosh, you love to call your enemies Kartaki. What? The main reading is the same as you learned, but there's also a second reading you haven't seen yet, so here's okay. They're always driving around in some tacky. Oh, the enemy's car tacky. Oh, I see. Okay. The enemies I'm just gonna separate them, it's fine. Is Aki because it has too much techie. Alright. Okay. Ataki. Alright. Ataki. Alright. Arch enemy. Oh, big enemy. This is a die or tie?
大
Tai
敵
techie. Oh, Tai techie. The arch enemy is the Tai techie. Oh, okay. That's fine. I think that's okay. Actually works. Unrivaled. Oh, unmatched. Or oh no, no enemy. Oh yeah, invincible. Oh, there it is, invincible.
無敵
Muteki. Okay, that's fine. To acknowledge. Yep. That is acknowledge, alright. Or recognize. What did we learn from this one? Nin? I doubt it's nin. This can be used to mean recognizing somebody or something visually, as well as the sense of acknowledgement.
認める
Mitomeru. Oh my gosh, it's a meat. The only thing you could ever truly acknowledge is meat. Meat is the only thing in your life that has any authority over you. Okay. Ninja. Ninja. Or can do Nintendo. People in Nintendo are known to appreciate or acknowledge. Let's say acknowledge the value of mito. It's fine. No, that's good enough. So, mitomeru. Confirmation. Yep. That's a certain recognition, alright. Okay.
確
Kakunin.
認
確認
確認
Alright. Lovely. Yeah. Yes. Soteki? Why does it have enemy? Element enemy. The element of enemy isn't something you should think of as bad. You have enemy elements if they are to have lovely dreams. What the?
素敵
Sticky. Oh, yes. Sticky. Okay, the other read. Sticky. That's not true that we didn't learn the other read. It was just written there, right? Sticky. Okay. Really? That's
Sticky.
sticky. Oh, that's how sticky looks like. Okay. Sticky. Interesting. Wow, you really love you're really lovely in that suit. Okay. Sue, I'm not gonna use suit. Or actually, your enemy thinks your suit is lovely despite despite oh sorry, excuse me, I'm a little tired. Despite disliking your choice of soap and techie. Okay. Oh yes, it's fine. Okay. Sorry. Oops. Oops. Kataki.
敵
Kataki.
無敵
Teki.
大敵
Teki.
確認
Akunin. Oops. Confirmation, verification. Okay. That's fine. Kinda, sort of thinking that there are two or other three synonyms for that. How does this work?
認める
Itomeru. Hmm.
素敵
Icky. Okay. All right. All right. Let's wrap this up. Let's see if today goes a little bit better than yesterday. Okay. Harmonics. Bath. Cheap. Dollar. Saw. Allocate. Peace. Football. Ability. Clothes. And icicle. Okay. Now let's go through this stuff. Bats. And go. Darts. Car. Bowl. Dang it. How did the kiss thing work? Alright, we're skipping that. Cheese. Car. Ugh. Saber. Jesus. Or sheep. Row. Zach. Oh no, I lost it. Oh. Back again. Oh. Busy. F word. On. Cheese. Cucumber. Man, I really want some pickled cucumbers right now. Kimchi cucumbers. Kimchi and cucumbers. Okay, what was this? Soil, drunkard, icky. Sheep. Bull. Hater. Got. Heck. Paused on both of these. The towel game, right? Towel. Give up. Towel, give up. Towel, give up. Get that for now. And then this is... Oh, Akira. And so dead. Oh, it says so dead. And then what is the kiss thing? I can kiss. Oh, yeah. Kiss. Kaku. Alright. Let's do our reads. Okay. Matsu. An. O. Natsu. Ka. O. MAKUしかせいしろかくおいふじくはんしゆうきしおてがあきらそうでI'm sure there's like one kunyomi in there somewhere. We'll discover it once we hit the vocabulary. Otherwise, I think these all feel, except for maybe hiki. Hiki. Okay, hiki checks out, and maybe oh, no, that checks out too. Okay. All right, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. Did a little extravagant explainer about like the sphere of SRS. So always love giving an opportunity to practice explaining my thoughts. I think it's becoming a lot more approachable. Now the question is, how generalizable am I gonna, like, how much more simplified am I gonna go? Alright folks, that's a wrap for WaniKani today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani, try it out for yourself. They have a 1-month trial after all. Always feel free to come on by, share some experiences, ask some questions. Feel free. I will most definitely reciprocate with some questions. And obviously don't be shy to double down, have some long discussions. I think I am more than likely to gamble on a long first impression than expected dependency of a regular interaction from day to day. I think if I were given one opportunity, I will most definitely try my best, right? It may lead to some fruitful, longer term interactions, possibly. It may not. What I wanted to say is, if you're willing to stop on by, share some, mutual exchange of ideas, I will most definitely and consistently try to do my best. There's no half-hearted attempts here. be sure to obligate your sleep, right? Always welcome. Until next time, for those who are only interested in WaniKani and or Japanese, minasan mata ne. Mite kurete arigato, right? See you guys next time. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, walk around, stretch a little bit, and I'll be back for Hansa Hero. Thank you.